Testing 1 2, test 1 2 3.
Okay, we are online and zoomed up as far as that goes, so that's good. This. Oh, you get your booth. You got a booth, nice. Professional organization. That's my stuff over there. Yeah, just where you're going. I've been in this group before. Yeah, I remember you. That was like, what, 6 months ago? Something like that, yeah. Less than a year, I believe. Sorry, have you guys both joined Zoom? Okay, you both have, okay. It's showing that, so you actually ready to sort of vertical, right?
Yes.
Okay, I'll go add that, where you guys are.
I don't know if you have to, with other meetings, they call us panelists, but I don't know what.
Oh, okay,
We're get invited and.
yeah, you get invited as a now.
The globe.
Right.
I really don't miss ridiculous. So you're on Zoom, but you're not, you're hearing both on Zoom.
Right, you'll hear the English.
Okay.
And then when you're on the Spanish channel,
Right.
when you speak, it'll go out to Zoom on the Spanish channel. So anybody virtually will get in on like this Spanish channel, they'll hear your voice instead of.
And this is basically so teachers here.
Right, right, exactly. And for anybody in the room,
It sounds.
you'll be speaking into headset, and that'll go to the.
Additionally, if someone's in the room, so you're talking, or you're talking to Zoom, right? If someone is in the room, just go to me. Okay. It's very straightforward.
Oh, boy.
Yeah.
You're like, it's super.
Yeah, we're very straightforward.
Okay, all right, I'm gonna go see if I can add you as interpreter so you get that globe
Okay.
and go to the Spanish channel. But we'll
Okay.
test, we'll do a quick test in the Spanish channel. Okay,
Yeah.
so are you guys invited to Zoom? Okay, YouTube.
Also, you have.
Oh, no. Yeah. Las peores presentaciones.
Yeah, yeah, I.
I think I had it. Yeah, I can hear my.
That's why we do mic checks.
Yeah. Almost like a lemon check movie. I'm so used to my.
We gotta check that.
Hear that, you know, it's.
All right, well, now swinging through on the Spanish channel, so you guys are good to go.
Or we tested,
Yeah, as far as Zoom goes, we're good to go.
tested in.
I don't know how to test it.
I'll test the.
There you go.
To anybody.
Right on.
We'll start at 9, correct?
At 9, yeah. I like it set where. Like anything left, I'm sure there will be some. So.
Do we have a printed agenda?
Yeah, it should be over there.
Okay, there it is, thank you.
Sorry, it's what I was doing. And I brought it back up short.
Good morning and welcome to the April 2026 session of the San Diego Regional Water Quality Control Board. I will now call us to order. And think we'll start right off with public comments. If anybody wants to comment on an item that is not on the agenda, we have visitors or speaker cards there in the back. If you'd fill them out, or you can do it online.
Chair Strawn,
Yes,
should we start with the roll?
you should.
Roll call.
Would you go ahead and call the roll, please?
Ms. Cantu, Dr. Olson,
Aye.
Ms. Ware.
Here.
Chair Strawn,
Here,
we have a quorum.
thank you. We should put that on my agenda. I should remember it. So do we have anybody that wants to speak on a public item that is not on our agenda? Welcome. Anybody online, Chris? No? And no public speakers. Okay. With that, we will move to our item number 2. Do we have, okay, we have to approve the minutes. Do we have a motion to approve the minutes?
So moved.
I'll second.
Thank you. Would you call the roll, please?
Ms. Cantu,
Aye.
Dr. Olson,
Aye.
Ms. Chu,
Aye.
Ms. Weir,
Aye.
Chair Strawn,
Aye.
motion carries.
Okay, unfortunately, this morning, Nicole Morgan, our state representative, will not be here today. So I will ask the board members if you have any items of interest that you'd like to update us on. Please.
Well, I'd like to update the audience and the board in a misstatement I made. I've been talking a lot about H2S and having it go directly to sulfuric acid, and that's actually incorrect. It's actually a hydrated, there's another water molecule on it. And so it is not as toxic as sulfuric acid is. But the other compounds of interest are SO2 and SO3 because they both do form the more hazardous acids.
Thank you, and I'm really glad we have a scientist on the board to keep us straight on this. Thank you. Any other comments? Then, Dave, I think we're over to you for your executive officer's report.
Thank you, Chair Strong. Good morning, members of the board. I'd like to ask if there's any questions on the written report this month. Yes, Dr. Olson.
I know we're not supposed to eat in the board meeting, but I have to eat something. I I have to get out of the house to get here, so.
She drives all the way down from Orange County, so she deserves a little breakfast.
So I wanted to just check that we're moving forward, although we have the amendment on the agenda today. So should I wait for the amendment to speak about the border or?
I would recommend waiting till that
All
item,
right.
yes.
All right. I had one question on the regenerative agriculture practices in San Diego. I'm really very supportive of this. I think it's exciting. And not just because we get more organic farming, but because it's supposedly, the way I've heard about it in the Imperial Valley, saves a lot of water. So in the executive officer's report, it told us about the positive aspects of it, but did not mention about how much water might be saved, or perhaps in this environment, no water is saved. So I just wanted to ask that question to whomever is appropriate.
There you are. Thank you. Cole Rodriguez of our staff is here to provide some information on that.
Thank you, Cole. You got to get real close.
Okay. Can you repeat what question you
Okay,
asked about the water.
okay, regenerative farming. So for those of you who don't know, it's organic farming done, but they fallow the ground for 2 years and seed it with mycorrhizae. And the mycorrhizae increase the organic content of the soil, and therefore the soil holds more water. And in the Imperial Valley, their research shows that it will save 35% of the water. So I thought it was good to encourage, good to look for funding sources, because we do pay for fallowing the land, but with a positive at the end. So I just want to, and you had a very good description in the executive officer's report, but it just didn't say if it saved any water, or here it may be water neutral or.
It does save water, yeah. I didn't include that in the report, but yeah, it does save water. and,
Did you know did it give a percentage? You know, I'm sort of a numbers geek. I like them.
It depends a lot on each individual operation, and there's not one way to kind of quantify, there's not an end point of whether a farm is marked as regenerative or non-regenerative. It's kind of a continuous implementation of practices. So it's hard to give one percentage number, but I did not find any percentages of water conservation, but it does encourage a lot of water conservation, all the practices within regenerative agriculture.
Well, I'll try and get you the name of the person from the Farm Bureau that does it in the Imperial Valley. They must have some way of doing it, and maybe that will be helpful for us
Yeah.
to be able to show another benefit. And why this is important to us is, of course, the demands on the Colorado River. So any way we can reduce those demands is beneficial. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
I have a comment.
My name is Cole Rodriguez.
Mr. Rodriguez, I'd like to add to that. So this emphasis on soils health is something that's been around for a long time, but what we've seen recently is framing soil health as a water conservation strategy. And this is giving us lots of hope for water conservation. It doesn't work in all soils. You can improve all soils, but some soils you can have a dynamic increase and others less of an increase. But the point I want to make is CDFA, California Department of Food and Agriculture, does have a grant program that is encouraging participation for, it used to be a direct relationship with farmers to do demonstration projects, but now it's working through nonprofits to help the farmers do that. So it's a little bit different. Those applications are due, I believe, in May. I'm not certain. I think they were supposed to be in April, but now they're in May. They're right around the corner. I see a lot of heads nodding, so that makes me very happy because this information is out there.
Yeah, there's a lot of, especially CDFA and also the NRCS. They have a lot of grant programs for soils.
Thank you.
Thank
Yeah,
you.
thank you.
Dave, I do have one comment on the executive officer's report, and that's that I appreciate the inclusion of our little trip report from down to visit the Choyas Blue-Green Initiative. It's a very strong and operating community project where they're trying to recover the Choyas Creek and the damage after the floods and prevent that going forward. And Ben, thank you for joining me down there. And I wish those people well. I think they're on the right track. So thank you for including that. And I think at this time we have Nicole Morgan online.
We do. And before we pivot to her, I just also wanted to remind the board that we'll have the Choyas Groundworks at the board meeting in May to give an update on their program and on their state board grant. And we're also asking the city of San Diego to come and talk about their several projects in the Choyas Creek watershed to address the flooding issues from a couple of years ago, as well as the opportunity to retrofit some very, very old infrastructure. Much of that watershed was developed literally 100 years ago at a time when some of the construction techniques did not mirror what we now have in terms of infiltration, capacity control, and so on. So we'll have an opportunity to hear from them on the basically a report out of the last 2 years of community meetings and their approach and their grant. And yes, State Board member Nicole Morgan has agreed to be with us this morning after all. So I will hold the rest of my report for a few moments.
Thank you. Nicole, welcome.
Thank you. Good morning, Chair Sharon and members of the board. Happy to be able to join you virtually today. Apologies for not being there in person. State Board is also meeting today. So do have a few updates for you. So yesterday during the State Board's regularly scheduled meeting, we finalized our discussions about the annual priorities as well as an update to the strategic work plan. So that will be posted to our website within the next week or two. So speaking about changing subjects over to SGMA, the Sustainable Groundwater Management Act. So at our board meeting yesterday, we held an item for the Delta Mendota groundwater subbasin. We referred it back to the Department of Water Resources for continued state evaluation and assessment. The State Board staff prepared a staff assessment evaluating the Delta Mendota groundwater subbasin's new 2024 groundwater sustainability plan, also known as a GSP. Staff concluded that the plan makes significant progress towards sustainability and included a recommendation to the board to return the subbasin back to DWR's jurisdiction. And we agreed that they did make significant progress. And so that action was also taken yesterday. In addition, yesterday, the State Board adopted a resolution to exclude groundwater pumpers in the Tulare subbasin to extract no more than 20 acre-feet per year and do not extract from wells located within 2 miles of the Bryant Current Canal for reporting and fee requirements on the basis that these groundwater pumpers have minimum impact on groundwater extractions. Let's see here. On March 19th, State Board released for public comment an analysis of 8 exclusion requests submitted by the Tule subbasin groundwater sustainability agencies based on an assertion of adequate management under the Sustainable Groundwater Management Act. The requests either claim that the GSAs had a balanced groundwater budget or provide information to substantiate the extractions within the GSA are already adequately managed through implementation of an applicable groundwater sustainability plan. If exclusions are granted, pumpers within the GSAs would be excluded from SGMA reporting and fee requirements. At the April 21st State Board meeting, the board plans to consider the 8 additional requests for exclusions for reporting and fees. The board may take action consistent with the staff recommendation, which is to deny the exclusion request or other action regarding the reporting and fee requirement in the Tule subbasin. So additional information regarding that item is on the program webpage. So changing topics to our administrative hearing office on this item here and the following one regarding the Delta Conveyance Project, I am on ex parte and will not be able to answer questions on. So Sites Reservoir Project, that our AAHO has prepared on behalf of the State Water Resources Control Board a draft decision and associated draft water right permit on the petition of assignment of the state filed application and water right application and petitions for release of priority. The decision is in favor of the water right application of the state sites project authority. The board will accept written comments on the draft decision and draft permit subject submitted to the AHO by the end of day on May 22nd. The Delta Conveyance Project on March 27th, staff released an evidentiary ruling letter in the DCP proceeding. Protestants' rebuttal portion of the DCP hearing will begin on June 20, in June. So many dates, so much going on. Apologies. More information can be found on that project's webpage. And so the Proposition 4 U.S.-Mexico border funding, the State Board will consider the adoption of the draft guidelines and emergency regulations to administer the appropriation of the Prop 4 funding no earlier than Tuesday, April 21st. So that is coming up quickly here, just in 2 weeks. So regulations for on-site treatment and reuse of non-potable water. So the water code requires development of standards for on-site treatment and reuse of treatment and reuse for non-potable end uses. So rulemaking started. And on March 21st, 2025, the state board adopted the proposed regulations in November. At our board hearing, staff submitted complete rulemaking projects to AHO on March 10th. OAL review is approximately 30 days working, 30-day working period. So we anticipate completion later this month. So the regulations will be effective upon OAL approval and filing with the Secretary of State. So stay tuned. That is coming up pretty quickly there. See here. So proposed emergency regulations for electronic reporting of drinking water quality data. State board will accept public comments on the proposed emergency regulations for electronic reporting of drinking water quality data. Public comments are due by noon, April 30th. State board will consider adoption of the proposed emergency regulations for electronic reporting and drinking water quality data at our regularly scheduled board meeting on June 2nd. Let's see, the annual event here are wastewater and recycled water volumetric annual reporting. So this requires the entry of volumes in acre feet per month of influent, effluent, and if applicable, recycled water use for wastewater recycled water treatment facilities to track progress towards the state recycled water goals. The 2025 report opened for data in January and is due on April 30th. So we will have that soon, and we will have an information item at the state at an upcoming state board meeting, and I will report back on what those numbers look like. The Clean Water State Revolving Fund, we are working on that. Staff are working on that diligently, and a draft plan is scheduled to be released on April 27th. So later this month, a lot happening here in April. Board workshop to receive comments is tentatively planned for May 19th. And so the intended use plan outlines the state board's plan to administrate Clean Water SRF and associated financing programs for the state fiscal year 26-27. Water quality certification fee stakeholder meeting is coming up on April 22nd. And so that will be a discussion of possible change in the fiscal year 26-27 water quality certification fees. This will be this third fee stakeholder meeting. Wastewater Advisory Group needs assessment will be holding its quarterly meeting on Friday, April 24th. A quorum of the board may be present, but no decisions will be made. And so that will be a online meeting. The cannabis cultivation program. So our latest state board executive director report actually contains a robust update on the program. And so if you're interested, it is Appendix A of the report. It's been a long time since we've had a update on the program. So I just wanted to point out that there is a robust update in this month's executive director's report. So that includes my report for this month. A lot going on at the state board, a lot happening here in April, and I'm available for any questions.
Dr. Olson, you have a question?
I do have a question, Morgan. Thanks so much for being here. I wanted to ask, I've been looking at augmenting our water supply. I've been looking at saline basins. And it's pretty interesting. The vast majority seem to be located in Southern California, and a lot are located just right here in Region 9. We do have one basin currently that does take this degraded water, and usually it has total dissolved solids of greater than 1,000, but less than 3,000. The board recently reaffirmed their statement that these are municipal drinking water sources. And the issue that I'm kind of wondering from the state board is guidance, because to have 1,000 to 3,000 total dissolved solids, you have to treat the water with RO or something else to remove the salt to a place where it's suitable for humans. It is a secondary standard. I understand that. Some of these basins, because they are coastal basins, are subject to seawater intrusion. And so I'm hoping that we can see that the drinking waters, all the basins that have been augmented to date have been drinking water basins that are augmented with water that meets drinking water standards. But I'm wondering for some of these saline basins, if you can augment them with water, that as long as there is no degradation of the basin, that the augmentation can take place, but they may not meet drinking water standards because you know that when the water is pulled out, it will go through RO and therefore will meet all drinking water standards. So that's my little hobby horse I'd like you to think about and maybe suggest to some of your colleagues. I know we'll be up in Sacramento for Aqua, so we'll be looking forward to talking to you in more detail.
Thank you, Dr. Olson. We appreciate that note.
Any other comments or questions? Nope. Thank you, Ms. Morgan. Appreciate your taking time with us this morning.
Thank you. Happy Wednesday.
Thank you, Chair Strawn. A couple of things to add to this month's Executive Officers Report if there are no more questions. First of all, a reminder that the Water Quality Coordinating Committee meeting, an annual meeting of all 9 regional boards and state board, will occur again this year, and it will be on May 14th and 15th, the day after your meeting on the 13th. We are prepared to make travel arrangements for you, board members who wish to attend. I plan to attend with you as well. We've been asked to provide an update on border water quality issues, so we'll be planning that for our update. Next month, I will be able to introduce you to a couple of new staff that we've hired, a senior environmental scientist to oversee our water quality restoration and planning unit, our basin planning unit, and a new water resource control engineer in stormwater. There may be others. Their start dates are in May, so we'll introduce them then. We will also be sharing draft language for the state board resolution on biological objectives, and we are looking at a date before the state board, perhaps in August, to finally bring that basin plan amendment to closure. The language addresses some of the concerns we believe that were raised in terms of maintenance of flood control channels and how it would be implemented through stormwater permitting. We'll have another opportunity to meet with the stormwater agencies and others, including Coastkeeper, to get their reaction and respond to additional comments and fine tune that language for the state board to consider, hopefully in August. That concludes the executive officer's report. I do have a border update for you if you're ready to transition. A lot going on. The good news, I'll start with the good news. One pump on PB Sela River diversion was activated yesterday, and the flow managed to actually go down for one 24-hour period by about 8 million gallons, but we'll take it. They will be ramping up PB Sela to 2 pumps, I think, today. And we'll hopefully see a larger reduction in transboundary river flows. Unfortunately, that reduction of 8 million gallons per day yesterday did not change air quality at all. Last night, the air quality results were up as high as 343 parts per billion for a sustained hour at about 1 a.m. at Berry Elementary School. We've seen extraordinary peaks during the last 30 days of hydrogen sulfide with sustained concentrations above 600 parts per billion on at least 2 nights. Met yesterday with the County of San Diego, their urgent environmental air quality meeting, updated them on current operations, and they're working on thresholds and notification for the public for dire emergency concentrations that we hope we never see. Perhaps now with PB Sela coming back online and with some of the projects being implemented under Minute 328 and Minute 333, we should begin to see reductions at the sources so that we have less flows to address. I have reiterated repeatedly, and I'm prepared to do so again, that also a part of the solution in terms of air quality and water quality is to have the PB Sela flows go to a U.S. side treatment plant with a U.S. side diversion option. 75 years of history have shown that river flows are a reality, urban runoff is a reality. And while that should not be a sewage diversion and treatment system, an urban runoff diversion and treatment system makes a great deal of sense in the context of 75 years of history with transboundary flows. So we'll be continuing to reiterate that point. Other good news, Junction Box 1 is complete. There's still some work that they have to do through the rest of this month. That's why PBCLA could be activated, and they will be ramping up flows as our staff, Riley Nolan, will update you later on the board meeting to 35 million gallons per day, finally. We will also have to do some additional work on that pipeline, and Pump Station 1 remains compromised. So the reality is that everything comes to a bottleneck there at Pump Station 1. And until that pump station is significantly upgraded, we will have risks of transboundary flows. And again, a river diversion system adds that layer of protection. Several things happening also. On March 16th, we met with State Parks on Nelson Sloan Quarry. We're moving that practical vision and that Tijuana River Valley Recovery Strategy project forward. We're hoping to have waste discharge requirements for you to consider for that quarry reclamation using valley sediment from Goat Canyon and other places later this year, or perhaps early next year. We also have, on March 18th, I represented the board along with the State Water Board at the Assembly Subcommittee number 4 on climate crisis, resources, energy, and transportation for our budget change proposal to create a border protection water quality unit in this office. We have another meeting on hearing before the Senate on April 23rd on that same subject. It is included in our governor's budget, so we can discuss that at last. The key parts of that request are to provide adequate staffing for permitting needs. There will be many of them for the International Treatment Plant expansion itself, as well as for the Prop 50 and other local agency projects. But it's also to ensure that we have adequate resources for oversight and enforcement where appropriate. So those resources will have a 10-year horizon in terms of planning work that we've laid out, which has so far been supported, I think, very generously by the governor and so far by the Assembly. We were also happy to host on March 27th, the Baja California and Cal EPA here meeting on an MOU between California and Baja California. And we were able to provide the members with a tour of the trash boom that's been so successful. Unfortunately, some of the down news on that is we still don't have adequate operations and maintenance funding to carry it through all the way through 2029. While there are grant opportunities coming up, that funding may not be available till 2028. So we are continuing to support their requests for maintenance and operations funding. But again, that trash boom has worked remarkably well in a very dynamic environment. As a reminder, during one of the last big atmospheric river storm events, flow went from about 50 cubic feet per second to 24,558 cubic feet per second in a space of less than 12 hours. So that boom has to move up and down as well as capture a lot of trash and debris. And so far, Oscar Romo's design, Altaterra's design, and RCAC's management of the project have been exemplary. So we do hope that we can get some funding for that. It is providing the largest bang for the buck in terms of addressing a long-term trash and water quality need. Then on April 3rd, our staff represented the regional board at the Tijuana River Working Group. This is a group of lawmakers, state and federal, included both U.S. senators and our U.S. representatives, as well as assembly members and state senators. They gave an update you're going to hear in a few moments on the IBWC status in the plant and the upgrade. And then on April 13th, on Monday, I will be meeting with Supervisor and Chair Tara Lawson-Remer and Paloma Aguirre and their staff on an ad hoc subcommittee meeting on Tijuana River issues. And I'll be providing an update, among other things, on the importance of and how a river diversion system can work. And that concludes my report for this month, unless you have any questions.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Looks like you were so thorough, they have no question. Next item on our agenda is the consent calendar. Unless there's a request from the board or the public to comment or for an item to be removed from the consent calendar, I'd like to call for motion to approve. There's just one item on there this month that has to do with the South Bay outflow. Yes.
I'd like to move approval on the consent calendar, but I'd like to make a comment on item 4.
Sure. You can do that.
Would you like me to make it now?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. It's very short. It's just, the city of San Diego has done an excellent job in monitoring and meeting its compliance standards. And so their permit is being changed so they have longer intervals between sampling. Now, what I would like to just mention here is I view this sort of as a privilege. You know, they've earned this privilege of having more time between these works that they do in order to meet compliance. So I want to congratulate them. And then on the second hand, I want to just say, you are getting something different here. Please appreciate it. I don't know if we have anyone from the city here, but if you are here, please take it back to them. Okay, thank you.
So with that, we have a motion. We have a second.
I will second it.
You call the roll, please.
Ms. Cantu,
Aye.
Dr. Olson,
Aye.
Ms. Chu,
Aye.
Ms. Weir,
Aye.
Chair Strawn.
Aye.
Motion carries.
Okay, we're going to move on to information items. This is expected to last a little over an hour. And we're going to start with a recycled water program overview. Brandon and Massa.
Thank you, Chair Strawn. If I could interrupt to introduce, Masa Zadmir will be giving our presentation along with Brandon Bushnell. And what I wanted to acknowledge now was that our practical vision has really paid off in terms of state board confidence in our approach to water recycling and stormwater capture and harvest. When the governor rolled out the California Water Strategy, a budget change proposal was approved to add staff to the regions and state board. Our region received 4 position years to do this work because of our practical vision chapter on sustainable local water supply, our proven track record of putting the staff to work on those, working with districts and agencies to realize the projects in time that we could see in our lifetime. And so that was a great vote of confidence. Most of the regions only received 1 position year. We got 4 because of our track record and our strategy. So you're going to see the fruits of some of that work right now, and we have a lot more pending before us. But we have done due faith to that position authority. We have not used it to fill other gaps. We're working on the projects to advance the California Water Strategy locally. And I'm really proud of the staff's work and the opportunity to share that with you today. Thank you, Masa.
Thank you. Good morning, all. My name is Mahsa Zadmir. I'm a water resource control engineer in the Water Sustainability and Protection Unit. Today, I'll be presenting information item number 5, recycled water in the San Diego region, along with my colleague, Brandon Bushnell. Here is a quick overview of what we'll be covering today. We'll start with the basics by comparing potable and non-potable water, and then move into how wastewater is treated and converted into the recycled water. From there, we'll look at the California's recycled water regulation, and then focus specifically on the recycled water production in the San Diego region. And then it will be followed by the potable reuse, beginning with indirect potable reuse or IPR, and then we have overview of current IPR project in the San Diego region. Then we'll move into the direct potable reuse or DPR, and then we will wrap it up with an overview of California's new DPR regulations. So let's start with a quick look at what we mean by potable versus non-potable water. Potable water refers to water that meets all of California's Title 22 drinking water standards. It's fully treated to protect public health, which include strict microbial, chemical, and physical criteria. And it's the water used for drinking, cooking, and other domestic or operational needs that require high quality water. In contrast, non-potable water is intended only for uses where there is minimal risk of ingestion. This includes gray water and recycled water delivered through designated purple pipe system. Now that we have established what non-potable reuse is, the next step is understanding how we treat wastewater to produce non-potable recycled water. So let's walk through the wastewater treatment process as the diagram shows. Incoming wastewater first passes through screens and grit removal to take out debris. In primary treatment, solid will settle as a sludge. Then in secondary treatment, air is added so microorganisms can break down the organic matter and the biomass settle out again. Finally, the water goes through filtration and disinfection in the tertiary stage. At that point, the treated effluent is clean enough for discharge as non-potable reuse. Once the water reaches non-potable quality, the next question is where can it be used? So let's look at the most common non-potable uses, which include dust suppression for construction and maintenance activities, toilet flushing in commercial and corporate buildings, irrigation and landscaping, which including parks, medians, golf courses, and industrial areas, industrial cooling systems and other industrial process, street cleaning when permitted, commercial uses, and decorative fountains where tertiary treatment is required to ensure public health protection. Recycled water is conveyed through purple pipe distribution system, which clearly mark to distinguish non-potable use. Now that we looked at the common non-potable uses for recycled water, let's shift to the regulatory side and talk about how California governs these uses. This slide summarizes the core regulatory pieces that apply when permitting recycled water projects. First, Water Code Section 13260 requires agencies to submit a report of waste discharge or route and obtain waste discharge requirement or WDR from regional board. Next, the recycled water policy guides how recycled water projects are reviewed and coordinated statewide. And finally, Water Code Section 13523 requires the Division of Drinking Water, or DDW, to issue a conditional acceptance letter to the Regional Water Board, confirming that the project meets all Title 22 expectations and identify any conditions for the permit. Later in our presentation, Brandon will go into more details about this policy. Now that we have covered the Water Code requirements, let's look at how Title 22 outlines the specific regulation for non-potable recycled water in California. Title 22 defines the treatment categories required for different types of non-potable use. The first one is undisinfected secondary, the lowest treatment level. It used only in very restricted applications. The next is disinfected secondary 23, a moderate level of disinfection, suitable for users with low human contact potential. The third one is disinfected secondary 2.2, a higher level of pathogen reduction that allows a broader range of non-potable uses. And the last one is disinfected tertiary, which is the highest level of non-potable applications and use where human exposure could occur. Once the appropriate treatment category is determined, Title 22 also outlines requirements for how recycled water must be managed at the point of use. The slide highlights the use area requirements in Article 4, which focus on keep recycled water safe where it's applied. From there, Title 22 adds safeguards like preventing human exposure, ensuring a strong cross-connection control, and maintaining proper operation and maintenance of the system. Here we have the recycled water production across the San Diego region for 2024. Before I get into the numbers, I just want to point out that 3 acre-feet is approximately equal to 1 million gallons, just to give a sense of scale. So what stands out immediately is the wide variation in production between facilities. At the top of the chart, the Temecula Valley Regional Water Reclamation Facility is by far the largest producer, which generating just over 17,000 acre-feet. This facility is physically located in Region 9, but is regulated by the Riverside Office, Region 8, since they are the major users. The next major contributor is the North City Water Reclamation Plan, which is producing about 8,400 acre-feet, making it the second highest producer in 2024. We also see a handful of mid-range facilities. For example, the Regional Treatment Plant produced roughly 3,900 acre-feet. These facilities help anchor the middle tier of production. Several facilities fall into the lower production range with output generally below 1,000 acre-feet. Overall, this chart highlights a system where a few large regional facilities provide the bulk of recycled water supply, while numerous smaller plants contribute at lower volumes. Altogether, they make up the region's diversified recycled water infrastructure of the San Diego. So when we look at the regional picture, it's clear that recycled water production varies widely from facility to facility. Now I want to narrow the focus to the plants operated by the City of San Diego, the San Diego Water Reclamation Plan and the South Bay Water Reclamation Plan. These are the facilities I work with, and after that, Brandon will cover two of other facilities that he works with. The city operates two major facilities that supply non-potable recycled water. Both support landscape irrigation, but each plays a different role in the system. South Bay Water Reclamation Plant has 15 million gallons per day or 15 MGD of secondary capacity and 1 MGD of tertiary treatment using filtration and UV disinfection. When recycled water demand is low, flows are discharged to the South Bay Ocean outfall. The next project is the North City Water Reclamation Plan, which is larger, with 34 MGD of total capacity and 30 MGD of tertiary treatment using deep bed filtration and chlorination. 88% of the total capacity as of undisinfected tertiary is sent from the North City Water Reclamation Plant to the North City Pure Water Facility for advanced purification. The remaining tertiary water, like South Bay, is used primarily for landscape irrigations. Together, these plants form the backbone of the city's non-potable recycled water system. The next project is South Orange County Wastewater Authority, or SOCWA, with a total recycled water production of 22 MGD. Includes several key members agency, which can see listed on the slide. For today's presentation, I highlight just two of the larger recycled water facilities as examples. The Regional Treatment Plant is designed for 20 MGD. About 60% can be treated to secondary levels, and 45% of that can be treated to tertiary levels using electrodialysis reversal and UV disinfection. Approximately 26% of that flow is used for irrigation, while the remaining is discharged to the Aliso Creek Ocean outfall. The next one is 3A Water Reclamation Plan. The full 6 MGD enters secondary treatment, and about 40% of that can be treated to the tertiary levels. Roughly 11% is used for irrigation of local parks and greenbelts. And the remaining is discharged to the San Juan Creek Ocean outfall. And with that, I'll turn it over to Brandon to walk us through the remaining facilities.
Thank you, Masa. My name is Brandon Bushnell. I'm a water resource control engineer working alongside Masa in the Water Sustainability and Protection Unit here. I'd like to introduce the City of Escondido's Recycle Water Program, which is backboned by their Hale Avenue Resource Recovery Facility, or HARF for short. This facility has 18 million gallons per day secondary capacity. Of that 18 million gallons, approximately 9 million gallons is sent to the ocean for disposal, while another 9 million gallons undergoes that tertiary treatment that Masa described to become non-potable recycled water. About 6 million gallons of that 9 million is used for your typical non-potable uses such as landscape irrigation and industrial cooling towers, while 3 million gallons is sent to their new membrane filtration and reverse osmosis facility. This facility takes about 2 million gallons of that 3, sends it through their membrane filtration and reverse osmosis treatment, blends it back with the 1 million gallons of tertiary treated water to create a demineralized, non-potable recycled water that's suitable for use at commercial agricultural operations. Luckily for City of Escondido, they have quite a few of those surrounding them. Specifically, there's a large avocado industry within the area of Escondido. And in the picture here on the screen, you can see from a recent Union Tribune article about the need for sustainable water for those avocado orchards in the area. So I'd like to back up and give a little bit of a larger picture of recycled water production over the last few years within the San Diego region. On this chart, you'll see total wastewater in yellow. It looks like that legend fell off, so sorry about that. But then you'll see disposed wastewater in red and then recycled water produced in purple. These bars show that about 17 to 19% of wastewater generated within the San Diego region is recycled and beneficially reused, and that's hovered about the same for the last 5 years. One thing to note is that this recycled water production is almost entirely non-potable, and non-potable recycled water is tied closely to precipitation trends, meaning when there is more rain in a given year, there's less demand for non-potable recycled water as less irrigation needs, and thus less recycled water production. One thing that will change soon, hopefully, is that the introduction of indirect potable reuse projects within our region, which have a more consistent demand as they're producing potable water, which is, like you know, always in demand. So I'd like to introduce indirect potable reuse, or IPR for short. It takes secondary or tertiary treated wastewater and then sends it through advanced treatment technologies, which I'll speak more on later, and uses that water to replenish either a reservoir or a groundwater aquifer that is a source of drinking water for a drinking water treatment plant. It then creates water that is safe for human consumption or potable in nature. An important note here is that environmental buffer, which is what distinguishes it from, say, direct potable reuse that Masa will speak more on later. Indirect potable reuse can be further subclassified into two different categories. There's surface water augmentation, which involves the taking the advanced treated water and putting it into a lake or reservoir, and that is shown on the diagram on the top right, which is then a source for a drinking water treatment plant. Because this is a discharge to surface waters, it does trigger federal regulations and requires a National Pollution Discharge Elimination Systems permit, as well as a waste discharge requirements order issued under California state law. These are combined into a single order, and they also include requirements from Title 22 for potable reuse projects. The other category of indirect potable reuse projects would be groundwater replenishment. So these projects involve recharging an aquifer, and there's two mechanisms for accomplishing that. You can spread it across a spreading basin or into percolation ponds and allow it to naturally percolate into the groundwater aquifer. Or you can use direct injection wells, which sends that water more directly into the aquifer rather than relying on that natural process. Because this is a discharge to land, it falls squarely under California state regulations and is only issued a WDR order and does not require one of those NPDES permits. Currently, we have 2 surface water augmentation projects permitted in the region and 1 groundwater recharge project, and we'll be speaking on all 3 of those later. I'd like to introduce the California indirect potable reuse regulations. So the recycled water policy that Masa introduced earlier has an intent of streamlining permitting for recycled water, whether it be non-potable or potable. There was an amendment adopted to that policy, and it came into effect in April of 2019. It included numeric goals for recycled water production throughout the state. It also implemented volumetric reporting, which required wastewater and recycled water treatment plants to track their volumes of influent wastewater, wastewater disposed, and wastewater beneficially reused. In addition, Water Code Section 13523 still applies, so we still work hand in hand with the Division of Drinking Water, a sister agency under the State Water Board. They review a Title 22 engineering report for all of these projects and confirm that it is abides by those Title 22 regulations, and then issues us a conditional approval letter, which has specific conditions that we then incorporate into our permit as permit requirements for the protection of public health. Lastly, Title 22 has 3 separate articles for the 3 different types of IPR I introduced earlier. There's specific requirements for groundwater replenishment, whether it be surface application or subsurface application, as well as surface water augmentation projects. I'd like to get into a little bit more detail about those Title 22 requirements for indirect potable reuse. These are all the subsections of those various 3 articles I just showed. And while they are all very important, I'd like to focus in on a few. So advanced treatment criteria dictates the technology needed and used to produce this potable reuse water. That means starting with at least secondary treated wastewater using membrane filtration, reverse osmosis, and then ultraviolet light advanced oxidation. I will get into those processes more in my next slide. Another important section is the pathogenic microorganism control section. This requires that projects meet required reductions for viruses, bacteria, and protozoa. Specifically, projects must achieve a 12-log virus reduction, 10-log Giardia, and 10-log Cryptosporidium removal. For example, a 12-log reduction means out of 1 trillion harmful microbes, only 1 is expected to survive. This pathogenic microorganism control is verified through online continuous monitoring at these plants that allow them to calculate their reduction values and verify that they're being met while they're producing the potable water. The last section I'll speak on is the regulated contaminants and physical characteristics control. This lists various primary maximum contaminant levels that are established for drinking water that we then incorporate as effluent limitations for these projects to ensure that they are meeting those drinking water standards. They also have to meet the secondary maximum contaminant levels as well. So as I mentioned, Title 22 dictates the treatment technologies to be used for these potable reuse projects. It starts with at least secondary treated wastewater, and then uses membrane filtration. Membrane filtration works by pushing water through membranes with small pores that act as microscopic filters. The clean water is pushed through as permeate, while things like suspended solids are trapped on the other side. It then passes through reverse osmosis, which is very similar to membrane filtration, except with smaller pore sizes, and thus is capable of removing dissolved salts and other small dissolved contaminants. It then is sent to an ultraviolet light advanced oxidation process, or UVAOP for short. This means the water enters a UV reactor containing high intensity UV lamps and is dosed with a strong oxidating chemical. The UV light reacts with the oxidant, which is typically hydrogen peroxide, and that forms hydroxyl radicals. Hydroxyl radicals are extremely reactive molecules that then attack and degrade organic contaminants such as pharmaceuticals. The purified water at this point is extremely clean and often too low in minerals and alkalinity for distribution through normal conveyance systems. So the water is then conditioned by adding additional minerals and alkalinity back into the water. It is then typically disinfected with some free chlorine to ensure additional log reduction values of those pathogenic microorganisms, as well as protect against any sort of recontamination and transport. So now I'd like to speak about some specific IPR projects. Oh, yeah.
Back to the last slide. These processes are not set in stone. They can move around, right? Because the city's pure water, the advanced oxidation is in earlier step, not later steps.
You might be referring, they actually have 2 additional steps at their facility. They use ozonation and biological activated carbon. Amasa will speak more on that project specifically. But the the order of these treatment train, if you are to follow the regular Title 22 regs, is somewhat dictated. There is a path for compliance through, if you want to do something different, you have to basically propose that and put forth a study to verify it would be as protective. So there is other avenues, but most of the projects that we regulate use this kind of typical treatment train as it is laid out in the regulations. So the city of Oceanside has their own recycled water program. They can produce up to 3 million gallons per day of non-potable recycled water, but here I'd like to focus on their indirect potable reuse project via groundwater recharge. So they take secondary treated wastewater from their San Luis Rey water reclamation facility and send it through their advanced water purification facility, which consists of that treatment train that I just described with MF, RO, and UVAOP with free chlorine disinfection. They have the ability to produce up to 4.5 million gallons per day of this advanced treated recycled water, of which about 3 million gallons per day is injected into the Mission groundwater aquifer, which is then extracted by the Mission Basin groundwater purification facility, treated with RO again, and then distributed as potable water. This basin is brackish in nature, meaning that it's high in salts, and the goal is to improve the quality of the basin, which will lower treatment costs at the drinking water treatment plant, as well as increase the quantity of water available for extraction. The additional 1.5 million gallons per day of that advanced treated water can be mixed back with their non-potable system to create a higher quality non-potable water, similar to that produced by the City of Escondido. The City of Oceanside hopes to get some commercial agricultural users of their own using that water. This project was completed in late 2021. However, due to some operational issues, it hasn't been consistently producing water until about towards the end of last year. Next, I'd like to speak on the East County Advanced Water Purification Project. This is undertaken by the County of San Diego, the City of El Cajon, and headed up by the Padre Dam Municipal Water District, and they formed a joint powers authority. They collect wastewater from their various sewer sheds and treat it to a tertiary standard at their newly built and expanded water recycling facility. And then they use that same advanced treatment train to produce 13.5 million gallons per day on average, with 11.5 being sent to Lake Jennings, which is a drinking water reservoir utilized by Helix Water District. And then the remaining 2 million gallons are sent to Santee Lakes, which is a series of recreational impoundments that then overflow to Sycamore Creek. Because these are both surface water discharges, we were issued them an NPDES permit along with waste discharge requirements order, and that was adopted by this board in November of last year. They anticipate sending advanced treated water to Lake Jennings by March of 2027. I'll now pass it back to Masa to speak on the City of San Diego's potable reuse projects.
Thank you, Brandon. The last project I already touched on is the largest in the San Diego region and is the City of San Diego's Pure Water Facility, Pure Water Project. It's broken up to 2 phases. The phase 1 will produce 30 mgd of advanced treated water to replenish or augment Lake Miramar. The city will take tertiary treated wastewater from the North City Water Reclamation Plant and put it through a robust advanced treatment train, similar to what Brandon described, plus 2 additional steps, starting with ozonation, followed by biologically activated carbon filtration, and then standard membrane filtration, reverse osmosis, and UV advanced oxidation. The first phase of the project has been issued an NPDES permit from our office and is under construction and will start discharging on December 8, 2026. Phase 2 of Pure Water San Diego will aim to produce an additional 53 mgd for replenishing either Lake Murray or San Vicente Reservoir. The use of Lake Murray will not allow for the city to meet the required detention time due to the small size of the lake in comparison of the amount of water is planned to be produced. So this would be considered a direct potable reuse project with an environmental buffer. However, it would be subject to DPR requirements nonetheless. If they use San Vicente Reservoir, it could meet the IPR definition and fall under those regulations which are less stringent. However, it would need a significantly longer pipeline to get it there. The city is still weighing these options and the various costs to determine the best path forward. Upon completion, Pure Water San Diego will provide nearly half of San Diego's water supply locally by 2035. Now let's define exactly what direct potable reuse or DPR means in the context of California's regulatory framework. Direct potable reuse or DPR is essentially the same concept as indirect potable reuse as Brandon described, but without the environmental buffer. As you can see in the diagram, instead of sending purified water through a reservoir or groundwater basin, DPR introduced highly treated recycled water, either directly into the public water system or into the raw water supply just upstream a drinking water treatment plant. Even though the environmental buffer is removed, the system still relies on multiple engineering treatment barriers. The advanced process shown here work together to remove pathogen, chemicals, and trace organics. The result is an extremely high-quality water that meets all Article 10 DPR requirements. Since we now understand the outcome of the DPR process, a very high-quality water, it's important to see how the state regulates this system. That brings us to the Title 22 requirements. California's DPR regulations come from Title 22, Division 4, Chapter 17, which outlines the key requirements a project must meet before it can operate. At a high level, these regulations include permit and planning requirements, meaning DPR project must obtain a DDW permit and complete essential planning elements such as a joint plan between agencies and public engagements before implementation. They also include operator certification, ensuring that facilities are staffed with properly certified operators who can reliably manage advanced treatment process. Title 22 also established stringent pathogen removal and chemical control standards, supported by continuous monitoring and automatic diversion protections to ensure safety at all times. Overall, the goal of Title 22 is to ensure that DPR systems are protective, reliable, and transparent, supported by the multi-barrier advanced treatment train as we discussed earlier. Thank you all for your time and attention today. We are happy to take any question. And we also have Faraz from DDW if any question from Title 22 comes up.
I wanted to ask, I know that the reclamation projects and things in Riverside that's under the jurisdiction of Region 9 and also in Orange County, I would like to understand why those were not addressed today.
Oh, you are asking about the Temecula? Because Temecula is physically located in Region 9, but it's in the region regulated by Region 8. Okay.
I work up in the Riverside County area. Yeah, the Temecula Valley Regional Plant, as we saw on that graph, does produce the most water within the San Diego region. However, about 90 to 95% of that water is actually sent to Region 8 for reuse.
Does that matter? I mean, to me, it doesn't matter where it's used. It really matters what Region 9 is doing to meet the state's goal, which I understand is they're trying to increase the use of reclaimed water.
No, we still counted it in our 17 to 19%.
I realize
we'll
you
take
counted
credit for
it, but you didn't tell us about it. You know, I'd like to highlight areas. I understand the vast majority of Region 9 is San Diego, but other areas do things also. And I would just like to make sure that they also get recognized. If their water is used in Region 8, well, Region 9 is producing a benefit for Region 8.
Certainly, yeah. There's a lot of recycled water producers in the region. We didn't have time to cover today, but we'd be
No,
happy to come back and give a part two
realize.
and
I realize
talk
you
more
can't
about
co-
that.
But we do tend to have always a San Diego focus. And I understand that most of the board of directors is on San Diego, but things are going on in other places. And Region 9 does encompass some of those other places.
Certainly.
And to give a shout out to South Orange County, they do have the largest recycled water reservoir, certainly in the state, probably in the United States, which came from a state revolving loan. And it captures all the winter flow. So otherwise you have a problem. You know, in the winter, people don't want to turn on their water necessarily. So it captures it and has it available then for another time of year. So I just appreciate it in the future that you include one example or some example. And the other thing that I wanted to ask is cost per acre foot, because what I'm beginning to see is the costs are becoming so great, it will limit the ability to be able to do some of these things.
Yeah, I don't have exact figures on the cost per acre foot. We could get back to you on the various projects and what their estimates are. I know that there's a lot of factors driving water costs in the region, that, you know, such as energy costs that are increasing and things like that. And these obviously take energy to produce. It is significantly cheaper than, say, desalination water, which takes more energy to produce.
For drinking water?
For when comparing potable reuse to, say, desalination.
Well, for seawater, probably.
Yeah, seawater specifically, yes.
I just wanted to say, excellent presentation. You gave over all the treatment processes, I think in a very succinct and clear manner, which is very helpful.
And thank you, Dr. Olson. Both of those projects that you mentioned, the Trompas Reservoir in South Orange County, I don't know of any other one in the state that's doing exactly the same thing. It was innovative for the district to propose it, and we were able to expedite the permitting for it to happen in real time. And also the production of recycled water in Temecula, which is being shared across regional board boundaries. That's exactly why the Division of Water Quality invested the resources with us, because we're innovating and we're getting results in real time. Both of those projects are multi-year projects. And so if we didn't take enough credit for them, thank you for bringing it up. We will make sure we take credit for them in the future. And Region 8, Region 9 partnerships are critical to our long-term success for water supply as well as water quality.
I just wanted to say, there are other projects, you know, that would like to be expedited too. I also want to thank you for that really clear, succinct report, both of you. And thank you for highlighting Temecula, which is one of those other places, which is where I'm from. I'm also interested in costs. I'm very concerned about costs. Affordability of all of this is going to be something that we're going to be crashing up against. And finally, I want to say this Region 9 has always been a leader in indirect potable reuse. And I think that's so great. When I think of our whole Purple of a Pipe adventure, which I was very much a part of, so I apologize. I think it was a cul-de-sac. We were really concerned about the quality of water. Don't let your dog drink it. And now we've come to terms, and we have the science, we have the technology, and we are able to do Title 22 level water, and indirect potable reuse is exactly where we need to be. So thank you for your report.
Thank you.
Also, I'm curious, and I'm wondering, it's the indirect potable use, the Purple Pipe. I noticed a lot of projects have either half or a third of their water being thrown out in the ocean, I believe, outfall. Why is that? Is it just capacity? And then if there is higher need, they have the water to be able to use?
Yeah, I mean, I can speak for, say, the city of Oceanside. They started with 4.5 with a plan to expand to 6. A lot of these, I think, are phased projects. I think another thing that constrains it maybe be the footprint of where they're building the treatment plant itself. And I know for the city of San Diego, their goal is to produce about half of their drinking water locally. So I think that was kind of the numbers they were shooting for there. I think hopefully we'll see those ocean discharges continue to go down as these projects come online and produce more water. But there will always be some sort of brine component or, portion of the water that can't be completely recycled.
Thanks. Thank you both for that great presentation. I really appreciated it. I was also going to bring up affordability as just kind of something in the back of my mind as you guys were going through the presentation and, just thinking about the fact that County Water Authority is trying to sell excess water to other water agencies and, just kind of this overall picture of what are we doing as we're, bringing more recycled water online, which is fantastic, but then also, we have excess water. So anyway, just something in the back of my mind. And then also kind of curious, what are the other projects that we anticipate to come online in the next 5 years? I mean, we've talked about Pure Water, the East County project. Are there other, large projects that are also anticipated to come online, or are we kind of we'll be at kind of the stasis and, once we've brought those online?
Yeah, I do know there's some agencies within our region that are exploring DPR projects. I think that's specifically up in Moulton-Niguel Water District in South Orange County has a pilot project that they're pursuing. As far as locally within the San Diego region, because of the kind of issues that you described there with excess water, I don't think there is as many planned large potable reuse projects after the ones we've discussed today. But hopefully, some things can change and we can realize the value of locally sustainable water that we produce through these projects.
Can I assume that the city's second phase would consider DPR?
So DPR is one of the options that they are considering. Yeah.
Okay, I want to jump in and kind of tag on to several things that were said. As you know, I've been sitting here a long time. And since the very beginning, we've had discussion. I mean, it's amazing how far we've come in the last 15 years. But to the non-potable reuse, the percentage has always been, in my mind, very low of what they produce, what they can produce, and what actually gets used. I'm real familiar with the one out at Padre Dam, the Ray Sawyer thing, and for years, at least half of that goes into the river, which is a good thing in the wintertime. But my understanding is that's primarily cost, which has been discussed, right? Two big components to the non-potable use, and that's the cost of putting in the purple pipes, right? It's a huge, and you start talking about North County and some of the ag uses, that's going to be a huge factor. But it's also a factor that what sticks in my mind is they were charging like 95% of their potable water costs for recycled water. And, I'm sure most people can't afford to put in purple pipes to save 5% on the cost of their water. Is that just set in stone, or is there anything we can do to influence? Because the users, particularly the ag users, are going to be driven by the cost. And if the cost of using recycled water, non-potable recycled water, stays that high, I don't see it ever really getting the traction that we wish. And that's, driving that 17 or 15%. A lot of us, because it doesn't make dollar and cent sense to use it.
Yeah, no, you're completely correct. Having to maintain a completely separate distribution system for non-potable water is costly and maybe not the most efficient. The great thing about those IPR projects is it leverages existing infrastructure such as drinking water treatment plants and their conveyance systems that are already in the ground. As far as the cost of it, we don't have a lot of control, nor do we, have any requirements as far as pricing. But whenever we can look at, whenever we can examine the cost that we're putting on a project through monitoring or other things, we look to reduce those whenever possible. To bring up Temecula Valley specifically, they actually had WDRs from both Region 9 and Region 8. We entered an MOU with Region 8 to allow them to issue the single WDR while we enrolled them in a water reclamation requirements for the use within our region that, limited their permit fees and the cost of compliance. And, it was much more efficient. So we definitely do look to try and limit the cost that we impose. While they are a small fraction of the total, we try to stay cognizant of those.
Yeah, I know it's a sticky thing, and the numbers in my mind was like 95% for the Padre Dam recycled water, and Velicita was doing it for like 50% of their potable costs. So
Yeah.
there's a lot of flexibility there, and I think if we really want people to, or if we want the region to make better use of our recycled water, we're going to have to dig into why it costs so much. I mean, you'd think it would be a whole lot cheaper than potable water.
Oh,
Thank you. You're going to answer me.
yeah. Well, I don't know if I'm going to answer it, but I'm going to say, so the additional cost to go from secondary to tertiary is around $400 an acre foot. And that's where you're coming in. But in order to distribute it, in order to have the reservoirs that you need to store it, and the purple pipe itself, cost, we had a lot of inflation the last 4 or 5 years, and that's almost doubled all the cost of, we just looked at something for valves for one of these recycled reservoirs. It was 1.5 million just to replace the valves. So costs have really increased in this area. So I don't really look at water utilities, really wastewater utilities or water and wastewater utilities to be able to reduce the cost of recycled water. I do know that in Santa Margarita, there is a higher demand for recycled water than we are able to supply. And it's always been my goal to have 100% of recycled water. Why do I favor recycled water? It's the cheapest.
Mm-hmm.
It's the cheapest way to use the water. But I think we need to, well, I guess what I'd say, our state isn't in very good economic position right now. But if we look forward, if you want to do what you suggested, Gary, we really need to look at state financing. And in my discussions with the executive officer, he says, well, we have a lot of money for reclaimed water. We have 40 million. Well, we looked at expanding it to just one area that was hit by the, I think it was 96, 98 recession. And so the developer didn't put the purple pipe in the ground. And that's 118 million for a town of about 100,000. So you can see the cost. It's really shocking. And then when you go to seawater, it's really expensive. So wastewater is really the biggest bang for your buck if you want to go to direct potable or indirect potable, in my opinion.
Agreed. Yeah.
Thank you. I knew it was a sticky wicket, but I just thought I should.
I'm sorry.
No, good. If there's no more comments here, we do have a speaker card. Patrick, would you like to address this topic for us? From Coast Keepers, Patrick McDonough.
Thank you. Yeah, fascinating conversation. Thank you for the presentation. My name is Patrick McDonough. I'm the senior attorney for San Diego Coast Keeper. We're very wrapped up in the whole wastewater recycling effort issue. Full transparency, San Diego Coast Keeper is a member of or a party to the cooperative agreement that is in part driving the Pure Water San Diego project. We are big proponents, and we agree with the comment that was just stated about wastewater recycling for potable reuse. And yes, we like DPR as well, and we want to see that, hopefully see the city and these other projects utilize DPR, as we think it eliminates a whole other layer of introducing water to the environment and then retreating that same water once it's already extremely pure or purified and treated. But this wraps in a massive discussion on water, the environment, how we deal with it, trying to break down barriers in the stormwater department, wastewater departments, potable water, purple pipe. All of those things have different costs. But I think in San Diego and in our region generally, we're doing pretty well. A lot of folks have looked towards these projects throughout the United States and even abroad, coming to San Diego to ask how we're doing these things and how the economics pan out, and figuring out ways to deal with an evolving climate and dwindling water supplies. It's not shocking that we're in another drought period right now. There's a really important Colorado River renegotiation happening. Yes, San Diego has very high priority water rights through the QSA agreement, and that's coming from IID. But if there's no Colorado River water, those priority rights don't matter. Right now, the Colorado River, it's 15.5 million acre feet are divvied up between a lot of different parties. California is 4.4 million of that, and I think IID is over 3 million of that. But flows coming into that entire system are far short of the 15.5 million. They have been for a very long time. And they're looking at this year, the lower basin, the amount flowing into Lake Powell, and that would be accessible to the lower basin states, including us, is only maybe 2 million or 3 million acre feet for this year. So you can imagine what that impact is on our water supplies. But then thinking a step forward, this water is not getting any cheaper, unfortunately, for agriculture, for cities, municipalities. We're never going back to the days of something closer to $1,000 per acre foot, unfortunately. It doesn't rain a tremendous amount in San Diego. That's just the arid area that we live in. I see I'm out of time. Coastkeeper's happy to have further discussions on this because it wraps in so many different things, but thank you.
Yep. Thank you. And if there's no more comments from the board, thank you very much for the presentation. It's always interesting to get into this topic. It's huge for us in San Diego. Dave, do you want to introduce the next information item from?
Yes, thank you very much. The next information item is on our land disposal, land discharge unit. Landfills are a very important part of our community infrastructure we often don't think about. And yet some of the things that go into those landfills, if we have a look around our garage, we can have a pretty good idea of just the range of materials that one could find going in there. Landfills are a great concern because they're essentially permanent. We have about 35, I think, closed and inactive landfills in the region. And today you're going to hear about the active landfills. And as you may be aware, there's an active landfill fire going on in Region 4, the Chiquita landfill. I'm very happy that the way we regulate landfills has been very different, and we haven't had that kind of crisis emerge with our facilities operations. That's due to the oversight that the regional boards provide to these facilities. That's a very big issue right now. During the assembly hearing that I mentioned a few moments ago, that was a major topic in the morning, was how did that landfill fire start? What are the options? Why has it gotten as bad as it has in terms of air quality impacts on the community there? So you're going to hear today, I think, a success story and overview of our regulatory approach for landfills in our region. And Amy Grove and Josh are prepared to give you the update today. Thank you.
Thank you, Dave. Good morning. My name is Amy Grove. I am a senior engineering geologist with the Agriculture and Waste Management Unit. And as Dave mentioned, Josh Hufford is with me today and Aaron Schmidt is online. Both of them are engineering geologists, and together they comprise the entirety of the land disposal program here at the San Diego Water Board. Today, I've been asked to present the first in what will be a series of information items about the land disposal program. Over the course of the next year, my team and I will cover topics that include today's the active landfill program, composting and waste diversion efforts, our closed landfill program, and then finally landfill capacity and the future of waste disposal operations in the city and counties, specifically of San Diego. Oh, can we get this slide? Yes. Where is it?
It's in the share.
It went to the folder. It's in the folder. My apologies. We'll find the slides for you. Otherwise, you're out of a job. file. Okay.
We're waiting for Ms. Black.
Oh, okay. We had to have one technical difficulty today, right?
No, how about if I jump in here and we take a quick break while we
Sure.
do that? We need it anyway, so.
Okay.
Okay. Just take a couple minutes for break while we
Okay.
get this thing.
I talked to
Just give me 2 seconds.
today, really,
Yeah,
Okay. Are you okay with me just going on to slide 2 then,
Yes,
since we've
please
already
jump
done
right in. We-
introductions?
We
Okay,
have our
great.
screens now, so we're good.
Perfect. Oh, I need my glasses. Sorry about that. Okay, we've got slides. All right, so today's presentation is going to focus on the San Diego Water Board's active landfill program, and it's going to include a brief summary of the state and San Diego Water Board's land disposal programs, an overview of the landfill regulations, a discussion of the complexities of our containment systems, landfill compliance programs, and a synopsis of some of the secondary activities that are often occurring at our active landfills. So for some of you, this is going to be a lot of refresher information because you've seen us up here before and you've heard about some of our active facilities recently. But my team and I hope that today's presentation will provide you with a better understanding of some of the complexities that we deal with within our program and why the work that we do is important to the protection of water quality and beneficial uses. So statewide, the land disposal program regulates the discharges of waste to land. These wastes include solid, semi-solid, and liquid waste that have the potential to adversely impact water quality and human health. Regulated facilities in this program include landfills, mining operations, surface impoundments, waste piles, and composting operations. Landfills and other disposal treatment facilities are required to design and construct containment systems that manage waste streams and waste degradation byproducts to protect water quality and human health. In the San Diego region, we regulate 54 facilities within this land disposal program, as seen on the slide. And in keeping with today's topic, we will focus on the active landfills. It should be noted that although there are only 7 active landfills in the San Diego region, staff spend approximately 50% of their time working on just these facilities. Starting in the top of our region, in Southern Orange County, we have the Prima de Checa Landfill Complex. It houses Zone 1 and Zone 4. These encompass approximately 700 acres designated for waste disposal. Combined, these sites have a remaining capacity of 127 million cubic yards and are intended to meet the disposal needs of Southern Orange County until 2102. Moving south, we have the Las Pulgas and San Onofre landfills located within Camp Pendleton. These 2 landfills accept only waste that are generated within the perimeter of the base, and they have a combined waste footprint of 117 acres. They have approximately 9.5 million cubic yards of remaining capacity and should be able to provide for the waste disposal needs at Camp Pendleton until 2206. Moving further south, we come to the West Miramar landfill, which is the main receptacle for waste generated within the city of San Diego. The West Miramar landfill is a 476-acre landfill with approximately 11 million cubic yards of remaining capacity. This landfill is predicted to close in 2031, and when that happens, waste generated within the city of San Diego will be fully diverted to the Sycamore landfill, which is an approximately 350-acre landfill located in Santee. Finally, in the southernmost part of our region, we have the Otay landfill. The Otay landfill accepts waste from the County of San Diego and has a waste disposal footprint of 290 acres. The Sycamore and Otay landfills have a combined remaining capacity of 105.5 million cubic yards, and they're intended to meet the operational needs for the city and County of San Diego until 2076. Transitioning into our landfill regulations, active landfills in California are subject to federal, state, and local regulations, including the Code of Federal Regulations Title 40, Parts 257 and 258, and Division 2 of the California Code of Regulations Title 27. These regulations prescribe requirements for the life of the landfill, including criteria for siting, design, construction, daily operations, maintenance, monitoring, closure of the landfill, and finally, post-closure maintenance and monitoring of the landfill until it no longer poses a threat to water quality and human health. Active landfills collect and consolidate municipal, commercial, and industrial solid waste, creating an enclosed environment that contains those wastes and manages the waste byproducts generated during waste degradation. These waste streams and their associated degradation products can, if not properly maintained and managed, I'll say managed and contained instead of just maintained, pose a threat to water quality and to human health. So in response to those threats, the federal regulations were updated in 1991 to incorporate requirements for liners for all new or expanding landfills. In 1993, the State Water Resources Control Board, or State Board, responded, issuing Resolution 9362, requiring all regional boards to update waste discharge requirements for active landfills to include the requirements for construction of engineered containment structures and systems in accordance with the federal regulations. In 1997, the State Board and Department of Resources Recycling and Recovery, or CalRecycle, jointly promulgated waste disposal and management regulations in Title 27, which expand on the federal requirements and prescribe the minimum prescriptive and performance standards for the life of a landfill situated in California, which includes the design criteria for containment structures and systems. Title 27 is subdivided, assigning the Water Board's primary jurisdiction over the protection of water quality and CalRecycle primary jurisdiction over daily operations of the landfill, protection of human health, and identification of potential exposure pathways. The State Board, regional boards, and CalRecycle work collaboratively to provide comprehensive regulatory oversight at all of the different facilities that are part of the land disposal program. Okay, so the next couple of slides are going to focus on the minimum standards found for containment systems and the difference between the state and federal regulations. They'll also include a quick discussion of the alternatives that are allowed under Title 27. So the state and federal regulations provide criteria and specifications that have to be considered and implemented when you're designing and constructing containment systems. This figure, which is not at all to scale, is intended to provide you with a general idea of the differences between the two bodies of regulations and their minimum standards. The federal regulations, which are seen on the left of the screen, they prescribe a two-component liner system. It's the nationwide minimum standard for all landfill liner systems. It's approximately 2 feet thick, and it doesn't actually address the removal of leachate, which is the liquid byproduct from waste degradation from the waste prism. On the right, we have the minimum requirements for Title 27. This requires a multi-component liner system, which includes a layer for removing leachate, a protective cover soil over the liner system, and it has a total thickness of approximately 5 feet. So it's more than double the thickness of the minimum standards of the federal requirements. The requirements found in Title 27, given that they're more stringent than the federal criteria for containment structures, are the governing body of regulations that we apply to all non-hazardous waste landfills in the state of California. If we dig into Title 27 a little bit further regarding the prescriptive liners and leachate collection and removal systems, you'll see that these requirements include a combination of both synthetic and earthen materials, which together form a barrier on the base and the side slopes of the landfill. Sorry about that. Under the prescriptive requirements, the liner includes a prepared subgrade. So that's going to be at the very base of the landfill liner system. Large rocks would be removed from that material and it would be graded to a relatively smooth and level surface. Above that, you'll have the beginning of the actual liner system. You have a 2-foot thick low permeability soil layer. It's made up of clay or very fine grained soils with a very low permeability. This layer is also rolled to a smooth and uniform layer. It's compacted to a maximum dry density to form a more effective barrier. And above that, you have the construction of a geomembrane, which is a high-density polyethylene geomembrane material. When that's combined with the underlying 2 feet of low permeability soil, that is the main barrier layer of the containment system in a prescriptive liner design. Above that barrier layer is the leachate collection and removal system, or LCRS. In the base liner, this is comprised of approximately 12 inches of gravel material that surrounds a perforated pipe, which is wrapped in a geotextile, which is a filter fabric. And then above that, you have another filter fabric, which acts as a kind of a barrier or transition between any sediment and the underlying pipe. And we hope that it does a really good job at filtering out a lot of the sediment so we don't clog the LCRS system. That is tested on a regular basis, by the way, to make sure that it's functioning properly. The LCRS slopes, though, the LCRS system on the side slopes is a little bit different. There isn't a dedicated gravel layer, which stands to reason considering the slopes on a side slope are typically between 45 and 60 degrees. So it would be really difficult to construct a gravel layer that can go the entire length of that slope. So instead, we assume, and it is designed, that the smooth side of the geomembrane with the filter fabric over it will become the preferential pathway, and that any leachate that's generated will gravity flow along that interface down the slope to the confluence of the side slope and the baseliner system, where the main header for the LCRS is typically located. Finally, the uppermost portion of a prescriptive liner system is the operations layer. It's often referred to as a protective cover soil, and its function is just as its name implies. It is to act as a cushion under the very first lifts of waste that go in. Dischargers are supposed to check those waste lifts to ensure that there aren't any sharp objects or like rebar or metal material that could puncture the underlying liner system. Certainly not in the first lifts and under pressure as additional waste is added into the waste prism. That doesn't always happen as well as we hope it will. So this 2 feet of protective cover soil really allows us to have some cushioning or space between the first layers of waste and those synthetic and earthen materials beneath that act as that main barrier layer to prevent damage, puncturing, or inundation then of leachate and other byproducts into the subsurface, because they would be able to traverse the barrier layer. Yes.
The question, and help me understand, how about the vertical protection? I mean, you're talking about the layer, and I can see the protection of up and down, but how about the vertical? I mean,
the protective cover soil?
Is it the protective soil that's going to prevent the leaching or the escaping of the, because I'm thinking liquid, any water liquid spaces will go anywhere, right?
Correct. Yes.
So how, in terms of the vertical side, how do we protect that?
So the liner system, so the 2 feet of cover, the 2 feet of low permeability soil and the geomembrane, they go across the entire base liner and the full length of the side slopes. They go all the way up to the very top, and they're anchored in at the top of the side slopes. The gravel, gravity works not in our favor. So it can't really go up the side slopes. So that's just restricted to the base liner system, which really is where the majority of the leachate will be generated and will filter down into the LCRS pipes that are, it's an array of pipes typically on the base liner system. That side slope, those side slopes, any waste that's up against the side slopes, that's the leachate that we believe is going to travel. And we've seen it work between the geomembrane and the filter fabric, and it just gravity flows down that interface and it hits the pipe at the bottom, and then it's taken out of the system. Does that help?
Oh, excellent.
Okay.
Because I have to have imaging in my
I know.
head.
I almost did a picture with like the whole thing, but then I had to draw that, and it wasn't coming out very well. It wasn't looking so good. So we didn't go that route. Okay, so I think that's it for that. So that was our description of our prescriptive standard, and that's the minimum requirement that you have to meet at a Title 27, and that's what has to be built if you can't build anything else. But fortunately for our dischargers, Title 27 also allows for engineered alternatives. And this is a good thing because at least down here in our region, clay material or very fine grained soils that are suitable and that meet the low permeability standards for that layer can be really difficult to come by because it has to be clean and it has to be of a certain engineered property. Can't always find that. So fortunately, Title 27 says you can build an engineered alternative to that liner system. So typically what that's going to look like is it's on the left versus what's on the right. I will caveat that by saying the point of an engineered alternative is that it is supposed to provide the same level of protection, and it often uses considerably less space. And I'll tell you more about that in just a second. And in certain conditions, it's seen to perform even better than the prescriptive design will. And sometimes that's based on high groundwater tables that would have more of an opportunity to interact with the liner systems or that low permeability soil and hydrate that layer and can produce failure. So under certain conditions, this is the better alternative. Okay, so in an engineered alternative, there is a significant difference in thickness. So if we look at what comprises a barrier layer, just as a recap, in a prescriptive design, it's the 2 feet of clay with the overlying geomembrane. So it's just over 2 feet thick. In an engineered alternative, what we typically see here is a geomembrane above which is placed, which is a couple of millimeters thick, above which is placed a geosynthetic clay layer, which is just under 1/4 of an inch thick. And above that is another geomembrane. So the entire barrier system in an engineered alternative is less than 1/2 an inch thick. That's typically what we see. So that can provide a significant amount of additional capacity to a landfill operator when they don't have to come up with that 2 feet of clay and take up that airspace in the base of a liner system. Okay.
I have a question.
Yes.
You mentioned, and sometimes the engineered alternatives actually perform better.
Mhm.
But a 1/4 inch of HDPE is scary to me. So how do we know? I mean, we really know how long has this been used? How often is it used? Do most of the cases now opt for an engineered alternative?
They do, actually. In the San Diego region, almost all of our landfills use an engineered alternative to the prescriptive design. It's easier to get the materials. You get high quality materials from the manufacturers. They do testing when it first arrives. They do testing in the field as they're deploying those materials. So we have assurances that the materials meet the manufacturer standard. They also have to provide us with design reports. And in that report, they have to provide the material strengths. So not all geomembranes are made the same. Some are slightly thicker and some are thinner than others. Some have texture on both sides, some have texture on only one side. They choose the materials that are the best fit for the site. And so typically we'll see like a 40 mil geomembrane on the bottom, then that clay layer, and then we have an 80 mil HDPE. And it's a thicker material, it's less pliable, I hope that someday we can do a field trip for you where you can go out and actually see them deploying some of these
Well,
different.
I actually would be more interested in seeing how they perform after 20 years.
So one of our sites, the Prima de Shaka landfill that you're familiar with, Zone 1, has used an engineered alternative liner since I started with the board back in 2000, and we have not had a release at that site. So it has performed very, very well. And that's about a 275 acres of lined area that they've used it in, I believe. So for some sites, it's a great fit. Some other sites, it doesn't work quite as well. And then other sites, either design can have a problem, and it's actually additional features that we have to include at that site, like maybe a subdrain, because the groundwater is tricky and like it has fractured flow and we don't know exactly where it's going to come up, and it's come up unexpectedly. I won't get into that site because we know a little bit about that one already, but yes.
I wanted to ask, so of this diagram that you have here, where is the problem for the Marine base? Because their liner, they say, keeps tearing.
So their problem is actually in the subgrade. They have fractured bedrock. When the site was initially constructed at the canyon wall, they had to do blasting to remove the material. It was so hard. They couldn't rip it out. And so they did the blasting. They have fractured flow now. And so they had built a prescriptive liner. It failed because groundwater came up through those fractures, hydrated the low permeability layer, and it failed. Actually, that was the engineered alternative, and it wasn't sandwiched, I don't think, at that point. Hydrated it failed. It was also constructed incorrectly. It was punctured underneath. The subgrade was not properly prepared, so it was punctured from underneath. And so one of the reasons why we talk about a prepared subgrade is because if it's not done right, it doesn't really matter how good your liner system is, you still run the risk of failure. That was the first failure. So the first failure was improper construction, and they had an engineered alternative. So it was damaged from both sides, from the waste side and from the subsurface side. The second liner system that they put in was a prescriptive liner design. So they went back to the 2 feet of clay, and then they had the geomembrane, and we had hoped that that would resolve the issue with any subgrade issues. or not being prepared correctly. Unfortunately, and they put subdrains in. I should note that there were subdrains that were put in all the places where flow had been mapped the last time at the failure. Flow came through different fractures. And so it hydrated the 2 feet of clay and the clay failed. And so we're going back to a different alternative, engineer alternative. It will be a sandwich design. There's a subdrain that now crosses the entirety of the side slope. So groundwater infiltration or interacting with the liner system will no longer be a problem because the subdrain that they're constructing has enough capacity for greater than peak, like what we would consider like a peak groundwater situation or after a peak storm event, and that groundwater elevation. So we are hoping this next time around is the fix that we need because they've engineered it even further by adding in this, what we call a pervasive subdrain to the side slopes, and then additional, I think LCRS pipes underneath, and a subdrain underneath. So.
Thank you. That clarifies.
Yep. Okay. Okay. So back to the slide. So in order for our staff to really evaluate whether or not an engineered alternative is better than a prescriptive standard and which one should be used at the site, dischargers have to make a demonstration. And that demonstration has to show us that whatever they're proposing as an engineered alternative is the best fit for the site and that it will be as protective or even more protective of human health and water quality than the prescriptive design will be, and that it's suitable for their site conditions. And those include evaluating geology, hydrology, seismic hazards, and making the demonstration that this alternative design will also be stable under seismic conditions. That is a series of pretty rigorous evaluations, and it's a lot of modeling that gets done for the site. And that modeling has to include all of the slope configurations. It has to propose the material strength for any material, whether it's earthen or synthetic, that's going to be used in the liner design. And it has to provide a determination that one or the other design really is a best fit for the site. And so, okay, so now you're on slide 8. Okay, so this is just a quick diagram of what we would like to see as a failure at a landfill if we were going to see one due to seismic conditions. We would want any failure to occur within the waste itself. That's an easy fix for us. We can go in and we can repair that waste face and we can restabilize it and we can make that better. Yes, ma'am.
What is the seismic condition? Are we talking about 5 or are we talking about 7 earthquake?
So all of the landfills in our region are subject to seismic hazards due to landfills, or I mean, we're talking about landfills, due to earthquakes. So all of them are close enough in proximity to an active landfill that they could be significantly impacted by a seismic event. And most of the seismic events that they're looking at are the maximum magnitude, and it's anywhere from, if I remember right, and you can tell me if I'm wrong, it's 7.5 up to 9 magnitude earthquake, depending on where it's located and which fault line they're looking at. So, and how far it is from that fault line also plays a big factor, because if it's fairly far away, but that's still the design fault line, we still have to design under those parameters. So that's something that we spend an awful lot of time evaluating as well, is where is the site? What is the closest fault line? What is that magnitude that they're going to be analyzing using? And then we ask our dischargers to analyze using residual strengths. So that would be the strength of the material after failure. So after a seismic event. So a seismic event occurs, that material doesn't have its original strength parameters. It's now something less than that because it's been impacted by a seismic event. When they run their design analyses and their stability analyses, we ask them to use those parameters so that they are more conservative. And we hope that if the landfill design shows that it is stable under residual conditions, like post-earthquake conditions, that it will be stable through the life of that landfill. Does that make sense? Okay. Okay. I have to find my place. I apologize. Okay. So we'll talk a little bit about slip surfaces. You kind of beat me to it. So I was saying that we like to design slip surfaces in our landfill liner systems. So we talked about what those different liner components look like, and we like to design a slip surface in the very top of the liner system. So between the geomembrane and the overlying filter fabric, because remember, it's the geomembrane and what's underneath it that are the barrier layer. That's what we need to protect during a seismic event. And this best case scenario is hardly ever what we get to see. And it just is based on the configuration of our landfills. We would rarely see the waste prism be where all of the energy is absorbed and where the failure were to occur completely without any impacts to the liner design. So we design this slip surface so that if movement has to occur, it occurs in the very top of the liner system. And it's that filter fabric, which could be sacrificed, is what could tear or slide or move. And everything that's underneath it then remains intact. And so the barrier system is still there. It is still protective of water quality, and it is still capable of managing byproducts that are produced by the landfill and the degradation of waste. And I'm going to stop there for a minute and ask if there's any questions before we go on, because that's a lot.
Not to beleaguer, but how do you know that the fabric is going to be the one to bear that energy and it tears and protects everything else? How do you know? Is it the weakest and that's where you think energy would dissipate?
Yes. So they run a series of analyses and interface testing. So they'll test between each interface of each material. So subgrade and soil, or geomembrane and GCL, which is the geosynthetic clay layer, or the clay layer and the overlying geomembrane. Those are all textured. So the sides that go against any synthetic material that rests against an earthen material is textured. And it's there to promote friction and to prevent movement. So they run all of the interface testing, and then they do a sandwich test, which actually tests all of the components together. And they look for the weakest interface, and they figure out where slippage is going to occur. And they design it specifically so that it always occurs between those two layers, so that it doesn't go down into the barrier system. So that's part of that rigorous testing that the dischargers and their consultants have to do before the design ever comes to us. So they will run those analyses and they'll do those evaluations, and then they'll send us the design report that shows that that's how they've designed it, so that we can say, yes, eventually. Okay. I think we can go to the next one. Okay, so those were liner designs and containment systems. And I wanted to talk for just a couple of minutes about some of the other compliance activities that are required at our landfills. Landfills have to do a lot of monitoring, maintenance, stormwater management, and then reporting to the water boards. They're required to monitor and maintain their facilities to ensure compliance with our regulations, stormwater regulations, air board regulations, and CalRecycle air regulations. They also have to manage their waste degradation byproducts. They have to prevent damage to the landfill from storm events, and they have to monitor water quality for impacts from either the landfill, from landfill gas, from leachate, or from stormwater. So active landfills have dedicated monitoring systems for groundwater, surface water, if there is a surface water body within or adjacent to the property boundary, leachate production, and landfill gas. Some of our sites over soft geologic formations or in close proximity to active faults also monitor slope movement. That's a whole different monitoring system. And if a discharger is monitoring slope stability, that data is collected from surface monuments or inclinometers, which are especially designed to monitor slope movement. And that information is provided to us on a quarterly basis. Dischargers are also required to install landfill gas probes, and those are used to measure the concentrations of landfill gas along the perimeter of the landfill, and then to extract landfill gas within the landfill. It also extracts landfill gas condensate, and those byproducts are managed typically through flare stations or gas to energy conversion systems, and then they use tanks to collect the gas condensate. So it's not ever released to land, to surface water, or to groundwater. CalRecycle oversees the landfill gas monitoring and collection system, and they provide us with a copy of their data that they collect on a quarterly basis as well. Dischargers also have to maintain their landfills to prevent stormwater run-on and runoff, and that's in accordance with the statewide industrial general stormwater permit. Management of stormwater is really necessary at these sites because it helps to prevent ponding, erosion that results in exposure of waste, discharges of sediment from soil stockpiles, and discharges of wastewater to land or surface water. This type of maintenance would include frequent grading to promote positive drainage, implementation of best management practices throughout the site to manage and divert stormwater flows, and stormwater conveyance features that include downshoots, concrete channels, perimeter drains, and detention basins. Other maintenance activities include monitoring the intermediate cover on areas of the landfill where daily operations have ceased and waste is either at its interim height or it's already at its final build-out height. Those cover materials will be anywhere from 12 to 24 inches thick, depending on how long they will be in that interim phase. And they have to be continually monitored so that we have adequate coverage. And that's what's going to prevent exposure of waste and potentially the infiltration of stormwater or oxygen into the waste prism, which increases the degradation byproducts that are produced at the landfill. All of that information, oh, yes, ma'am.
Are there any in-person inspection schedule, or is that only as needed basis?
So because I only have two, my staff get out to the active landfills almost every year, and we get out to the inactive landfills typically every other year. The LEA, who is the local agency who works with under CalRecycle, they are out at our sites on a much more regular basis. They're out monthly or quarterly to all of the facilities within our region. I don't know the Air Board's inspection schedule. A lot of our sites have to do post-rain inspections and inspection reports. So they're out every time it rains at a certain level. They'll go out to the site, they'll perform an inspection, and then they'll report back to us. And dischargers are always required to do periodic inspections of their facilities. So at least quarterly, if not more regularly, specifically if they have an area that is troubling or they're having some issues with. And that's usually, that deals with erosion, an area that's just not draining properly, and they have to go out and they'll try a regrade and some best management practices as a fix. And if that's not quite doing it, they'll go back out again and they'll inspect that area more frequently, and they'll go out and make adjustments to what they're doing to try to get back into compliance or to maintain compliance with the multiple permits.
And can I assume that the different agency talk to each other regularly? You know each other, and
we do.
You
Yes.
help each other out. If you see something, you report it.
We do. So each of the regulatory agencies provides copies of their inspection reports to the other agencies. It's a courtesy copy, so when it goes out to everybody. And then our agency meets with the local enforcement agency for the city and for the county quarterly. And we meet with Orange County semi-annually right now because we only have the Prima de Shaka landfills, and we only have one closed landfill up in that area. So we don't have as much to discuss and talk about. So we only meet semi-annually, but we do meet with each other as often as needed as if issues come up at our sites. So we talk a lot. We have great working relationships. We've really worked on building those and maintaining those over the last several years to ensure that it's easy to have those conversations and to find out, hey, we saw this in your inspection report. How big an issue was this? Do you think that we need to head out there for an unscheduled site visit to go and take a look at it ourselves? Or is it maybe not quite as egregious as it sounds in writing? Yes.
I just want to ask a question. So I know at Prima de
Shaka.
Thank you. I can never say that right. But anyway, they are planning to capture the methane and turn it into electricity. And they're talking about gigawatt production. Do any of these other landfills do that? What happens to the methane?
Miramar landfill does.
I think Miramar has it.
Can I jump into that?
Yeah.
I was going to say, I know it's not a fun thing to look forward to, but we did take a tour at the Sycamore before they did the big expansion. And it was mind-boggling, just the size of the liner they're putting in there. And then they fuse the sections together, and then they pressurize underneath to see if there's any leaks. It was impressive. But to Betty's point, they have 2 turbine generators, which I happened to have worked on 30 years ago, that generate all the power they need. The unfortunate part of it is that over time, their capacity or the amount of methane they produce has increased because of the size of the landfill. But they were only permitted for some limited amount. So they got these 2 big turbine generators running, and the rest of it just gets flared off day and night because it costs too much to go back and get a new permit, which they're afraid the Air Board would never approve for various reasons. So they're just going, they're basically they're producing half the power that they wish they could, but the permit doesn't allow them. It's unfortunate, but I think it's just probably the real world out there.
Yeah, I think it is. And unfortunately, we don't have any sort of sway with other agencies to get them to issue permits
I tried to
differently
get
or
in-
for greater volumes. And I mean, it's certainly, I think it would be worth the money to do it, but
Sure.
I'm a regulator, so I would hope that I would think that way. But I can also understand on a business front where the process and the fund and the fees that are associated with trying to get another permit of that
Technology for the
nature.
generators are changing and the costs
Yeah.
and all that. But I got a little bit involved and realized it was just,
It's a big,
biggest thing. It seems like a big deal, but in the big pictures of things, the amount of power they were generating, they're covering their own needs, and
Right.
that's probably the important thing. But there are roadblocks to doing that, unfortunately.
and sometimes it's a third party that's running the gas to energy conversion facility. And so it's whether they're willing to go back and get the additional permitting and to pay those fees and to expand their system. It just doesn't always happen.
If you drive over 52, as you come down the hill on the east side, you can see this thing flaring off all night long where they're burning off all the gas.
The good news is, and we'll talk about this a little bit in our closed landfill discussion, is that when they close, over time, they generate a whole lot less. And so the flare operates a whole lot less. So we at least have that going for us in the future. Okay, we're going to go to slide 10. Okay, so Title 27 also subdivides our groundwater and surface water monitoring requirements into 3 separate programs. We have our detection monitoring program, an evaluation monitoring program, and the corrective action monitoring program. As their name implies, the monitoring programs that are applicable at a particular site is going to be based on the monitoring data that's been collected over time. Every one of our landfills has a detection monitoring program, regardless of whether they also perform corrective action monitoring or have to do an evaluation monitoring program for a while. So the detection monitoring program is designed to detect a release from the landfill. The discharger will implement this program and move into, for the life of the landfill, and they'll move into an evaluation monitoring program if there's been an indication of a release from the landfill. Our landfills run statistical analysis, our dischargers run statistical analysis on all of the landfill data that's collected for groundwater or surface water. And that's what helps them to determine whether or not there's indication of a release. If that indication has occurred, they'll implement an evaluation monitoring program, which is required to delineate the extent of the release, try to determine the source of the release, and then to propose corrective actions. So they will also provide us with a feasibility and engineering study. We'll evaluate the different options, and then we'll come to a decision and a collaboration on what would be the best fit for their site for mitigation. And then the site will be moved into a corrective action monitoring program. That program and detection monitoring program will run concurrently at that site. The corrective action program will include the same background well, but a point of compliance well, and then any well affected by the release. And the detection monitoring program will include those wells that are outside the bounds of the release as we know it at this point in time. And those can change and they can be interchanged from one program to another as time goes on. For the detection monitoring program, our dischargers are required to sample and analyze groundwater and surface water data on a semi-annual basis. For corrective action monitoring programs, they sample and report groundwater and surface water on a quarterly basis, and they'll remain in corrective action until they can make a demonstration that the concentrations of any and all constituents of concern in groundwater or surface water are stable or decreasing for at least a period of 1 year after whatever corrective action they've implemented has ceased. So it has to be after the stop of corrective action, and it has to last for at least a year. And if it's not maintained as stable or decreasing after that year, they go back into corrective action monitoring until that demonstration can be made. Okay. Next. Some of our active landfills also have secondary activities that occur over the waste footprint. It's not at all uncommon anymore for our active landfills to incorporate activities such as chipping and grinding, composting, or material recovery facilities within the property boundaries. Typically, these activities are implemented to meet the organic and recyclable waste diversion goals that are mandated by CalRecycle and that are consistent with the California Integrated Waste Management Act. So the California Integrated Waste Management Act was adopted in 2011, and it established increasing waste diversion goals for all landfills, which has resulted in the need for a lot of these secondary activities to remove certain solid waste from the overall waste prism. It extends the life of the landfill. It increases our capacity because we have less going in, and it often it can help produce a beneficial reuse product. So some of you might remember the 2 WDRs that we issued last February for Prima de Sheka. Josh brought those to the board for consideration, and they included attachments in that ordinance. The first time we had ever done it, those attachments included the requirements for these types of secondary activities. And we included them not because the landfill was actually operating all of those types of facilities at the time, but so that if they needed to in the future, rather than having to come back and amend their WDRs and taking that lengthy process, they can actually already have the requirements in front of them. They know what's expected of them and what they have to do if they want to implement them at their site, and there's no waiting time. So it's a much faster and more productive or efficient way for us to regulate the site and for them to go ahead and implement these secondary needed activities without having to come back to the board for a new WDR. Okay, slide 12. So that ends my presentation for today. It was a lot of information. I hope that some of it at least was helpful and new to some of you. I am definitely here to answer questions if you have them. And I hope that it gave you sort of an overview and a picture of some of the complexities that we face and some of the work that we do, which is why you don't see us as often as we'd like to be here in front of you. But we work really hard to take this proactive and front-end approach to water quality, protection of water quality, especially at our active landfills, because we know how important that work is to maintaining good water quality throughout the region. So that is all I have for you today. Any other questions?
I have a question.
Yes.
Back to your map where you showed the active landfills. I would love to see that juxtaposed with the inactive or the closed ones, or, just a history of all of them so we can kind of see a meso map and
Sure,
where they geographically locate
we do
in
have
their
that map.
entirety.
Yeah, I will
So-
bring that when I do the closed landfills. I will have, we'll have the map that shows all of them, all of our sites throughout the region, and we'll show which ones are the active and then which ones are the closed landfills.
And when will that be? Is that
Later this year.
I see. Okay. Hopefully I'll wait that long.
Okay. We can also do an EOR item where we just kind of provide a layout of what we have in our program, and we could provide the map there if that's faster and
Is it on the
easier.
website or someplace? Can I find it?
I don't know if it's still on our website. I think it needed to be updated because we also have composting facilities on there, and we've had quite a bit of turnover in the composting program. So we've had a
That
series of
happens with
new
composting.
sites that have come on, and then sites that have stopped composting, and so they've dropped. They've dropped off. I should not use my hands so much. And so we've been updating it, and I don't think it's ready yet. Yes. Any other questions? All right. Well, thank you so much for your time today.
Thank you. I think we're going to move on into the next action item. Item 7, which is the MPDS amendment of waste discharge requirements for the United States section of the International Boundary and Water Commission. South Bay International Water Treatment Plant and the discharge through the South Bay outfall. This item is expected to take, what, about a half an hour, and I need to administer the oath to anyone that thinks they may be speaking to this item. If you are going to, please raise your right hand. Do you swear that the testimony you are about to give is the truth under the penalty of perjury? If so, answer, I do. Very good. Please.
All right. Well, while we get the presentation pulled up, I'll introduce myself. My name is Riley Nolan. I'm a water resource control engineer in our source control regulation unit. I'm, of course, before the board today for your consideration of tentative order number R9-2026-0005, which would amend the National Pollutant Discharge Elimination System permit for the South Bay International Wastewater Treatment Plant owned by the United States section of the International Boundary and Water Commission. Really quickly, do we have a slide? Is this the slide advance? Perfect. For the remainder of the presentation, I'll refer to the discharger as IBWC, to the South Bay International Wastewater Treatment Plant as the ITP, and to the National Pollutant Discharge Elimination System permit as the NPDES permit or permit. Oh, I think this is the backup presentation for item 4. Yeah, South Bay Water Reclamation Plant. So this is the permit we had, the presentation we had just on backup in case there were questions about the item on the consent calendar. Sorry, no, this is not the correct presentation. They have very similar names, South Bay Water Reclamation Plant and South Bay International Wastewater Treatment Plant.
Dave, while we have a little break here, I wanted to ask you, did our friends from Region 9 of the US EPA, are they attending today, maybe online or?
I understood that Tara Flint Silva was going to be able to attend and Hector Aguirre. There we are.
Yeah, I just wanted to welcome you, that's all. I don't want to put you on the spot, but thank you for coming.
All right. Well, thanks for bearing with us as we got the slides figured out. So to start us off, I would like to give a brief overview of current conditions in the Tijuana River. Over the past several weeks, we've seen daily dry weather transboundary flows in the main channel of the Tijuana River to the tune of about 35 to 40 million gallons per day. Of course, these flows are predominantly comprised of urban runoff commingled with domestic and industrial untreated wastewater from the cities of Tijuana and Tecate. Now, the figures on this slide are derived from IBWC's river gauge located downstream of the international border. The top graph on this slide shows the total flow by day, and the bottom graph shows flow over time as measured in 15-minute intervals. Now, I'll note, and I'm sure IBWC will elaborate in their presentation, which will follow mine, that flows are currently decreasing and expected to decrease further this week as authorities in Mexico have restarted a critical dry weather river diversion system, PBCLA. Dave alluded to that, our executive officer, in his report earlier. So these transboundary flows, of course, pose a severe risk to public health, both in terms of the severely degraded water quality, which has resulted in prolonged closures of our region's South Bay beaches since 2021, but also in terms of the severely degraded air quality with elevated levels of hydrogen sulfide and concerning emerging research pointing to the aerosolization of pathogens and chemical constituents in this untreated wastewater. Now, in contrast to the previous slide, this current slide really depicts the profound ecological and recreational value that the Tijuana River, estuary, and nearshore coastal waters could offer under improved water quality conditions. The Tijuana River estuary contains some of the last undeveloped salt marsh habitat in our region, and it's one of only 3 national estuarine research reserves in the state. And these affected water bodies and some of the surrounding public spaces in previous years under improved conditions have really supported robust recreation in the form of hiking, bird watching, horseback riding, and of course, beach recreation. And this is, taking place in an otherwise densely populated urban and historically underserved area. Now, the image on this slide depicts at a very high level some of the existing cross-border wastewater infrastructure in Tijuana and San Diego. Tijuana's population has grown from approximately 60,000 in 1950 to about 2.3 million people today. Tijuana has really struggled to maintain an adequate wastewater conveyance and treatment system that meets the needs for its growing population and industrial sector. The existing collection and treatment system in Tijuana is often overwhelmed, it's not properly maintained or upgraded, and often experiences ruptures and overflows and failures that result in the discharge of sewage directly into the environment. These discharges, of course, make their way into the United States via the Tijuana River and its 6 cross-border tributaries between the river and the coast. Now, I'd like to focus on some of the specific features shown on the map, starting with PB Sila. I don't know if we have a laser pointer. We do? Okay. Oh, perfect. Oh, wonderful. Thank you. So starting with PB Sila, which I'm pointing on the slide. PB Sila is a dry weather river diversion structure and pump station that should divert up to 35 million gallons per day, approximately, of dry weather river flows to Pump Station 1, or PB1, as it's referred to in Spanish. Let's see. At PB1, in addition to dry weather river flows that are sent from PB Sila, PB1 receives wastewater from Central Tijuana's municipal collection system. From PB1, flows are sent either via gravity to the ITP, the South Bay International Wastewater Treatment Plant. So I'll just emphasize that takes place via gravity, or they are pumped to the coast at San Antonio de los Buenos, a few miles south of the international border. Now, the wastewater treatment plant at San Antonio de los Buenos in Mexico has a limited capacity of 18 million gallons per day, and there is no ocean outfall. So the treated effluent from this wastewater treatment plant is discharged directly at the shoreline, and any flows in excess of 18 MGD, million gallons per day, that reach San Antonio de los Buenos are also discharged untreated to the shoreline, which of course has a severely adverse impact on coastal water quality, both in the United States and in Mexico. Now this brings us to the South Bay International Wastewater Treatment Plant, or ITP. The ITP, of course, is a key component in our region's binational wastewater infrastructure. It is a federally owned treatment works owned by IBWC and operated by their contractor Veolia, and it is, of course, regulated by an NPDES permit issued by this board. The ITP is located just to the north of the international border, and it receives sewage from Tijuana, sent via gravity from PB1, as I mentioned on the last slide, along with dry weather transboundary flows at 5 of the 6 canyon collectors in the cross-border tributaries in the Tijuana River Valley. And I'll note that those were not depicted on the last slide, but they are located between the plant and the coast. So in this area, there are several canyon collectors that divert dry weather flows through these really densely populated urban canyons in Tijuana to the South Bay International Wastewater Treatment Plant for treatment. So the ITP is permitted to discharge up to 25 million gallons per day, MGD, as a monthly average through the South Bay Ocean outfall, and its discharge is commingled with the discharge of secondary treated wastewater from the neighboring South Bay Water Reclamation Plant, which is owned by the city of San Diego. Now, as the board is well aware, in the spring and summer of 2025, IBWC set out to expand the treatment capacity of the ITP to allow for the treatment of an additional 10 million gallons per day. The goal of this accelerated incremental expansion, that's what this project is referred to, was to significantly reduce or eliminate dry weather transboundary flows in the main channel of the Tijuana River. During dry weather, authorities in Mexico have to scale back operations at PB Sila, which is the dry weather river diversion structure, to avoid overwhelming Pump Station 1, PB1 in Mexico. And that, of course, is because of limited pumping capacity at PB1 in Mexico, which our executive officer referred to in his earlier report. By receiving an additional 10 million gallons per day via gravity from PB1, there's no pumping required. That should free up capacity for authorities in Mexico to operate PB Sila at its full capacity and reduce or hopefully eliminate dry weather transboundary flows in the Tijuana River. Oh, let's go back one slide. So at this point in time, due to limited capacity for secondary treatment at the ITP, the additional 10 MGD can only undergo chemically enhanced primary treatment. This means that up to 35 MGD in total undergo advanced primary treatment, with 25 MGD proceeding on to secondary treatment. The remaining 10 MGD of chemically enhanced primary treated effluent is blended with the 25 MGD of secondary treated effluent prior to discharge via the South Bay Ocean outfall. And before I proceed, I will note, that IBWC has not yet treated a sustained 35 MGD over the course of a month at the ITP, and that was due to critical construction at Junction Box 1, which is a key structure that controls influent to the plant. As our EO mentioned in his report, that work is now done, and IBWC is able to take in an additional 10 MGD, 35 MGD in total, as of early April. And I'm sure IBWC staff will be giving a presentation after mine, and I think they'll be available to answer more specific operational questions if necessary. So now that we've discussed some of the operational specifics, I think it's important to take a look at the regulatory context for these changes. I'm sure as the board recalls, you had adopted a cease and desist order, or CDO, at a specially held board meeting in August of 2025. And that was in response to the threatened violation that was posed by IBWC's then planned 10 MGD accelerated incremental expansion. There was simply not enough time for the board to consider an amendment to the IBWC's NPDES permit in that timeline. I think as you may recall, the federal government announced a really ambitious goal to have this expansion completed within 100 days of its announcement, and that date was August 28th, 2025. So our board meeting took place on August 27th, 2025. While the CDO from August of last year did not actually authorize the 10 MGD expansion, it did establish interim effluent limitations with which IBWC is required to comply. And those interim effluent limitations were based on modeling for blended effluent and a higher flow rate through the ITP. The CDO also required a number of remedial and preventative actions to minimize impacts to the plant, to the ITP, to the South Bay Ocean outfall, and to receiving waters. The cease and desist order also required IBWC to update its operations and maintenance contract with their operator Veolia, and also required the submittal of a technical report to verify the assumptions that were made prior to the startup of this expansion. And finally, and perhaps most importantly, the cease and desist order actually requires IBWC to comply with their final permitted effluent limitations as of June 30th of 2026 this year. And that, of course, brings us to the proposed amendment that you're considering today. If adopted, this amendment would update IBWC's effluent limitations to match those interim effluent limitations that were adopted in the cease and desist order last August. This update includes, this amendment includes updates to technology-based effluent limitations, or TBELs, to reflect the blended effluent, as well as an updated mass-based effluent limitations, performance goals, and influent action levels. So some of the concentration-based effluent limitations have changed. And of course, all of the effluent limitations that are tied back to a mass value have changed because of the higher flow rate through the plant. I will note that this amendment would not change any concentration-based, water quality-based, or WQ-BELs, water quality-based effluent limitations. This amendment would also require IBWC to submit what we're calling a treatment optimization report to evaluate the steps that it has or will take to reduce pollutant loads in their blended effluent to the maximum degree practicable. I would like to note that, as I mentioned earlier, while IBWC has not treated a sustained 35 MGD at the ITP as of yet, they did treat approximately 30 MGD in several months towards the end of 2025. And in those months that they were taking in almost 5 MGD greater than their permitted capacity, they were largely complying with their actual effluent limitations in their NPDES permit, well within the scope of the effluent limitations established in the cease and desist order. And I really think that's, a testament to the effectiveness of their chemically enhanced primary treatment process that was added as a part of this accelerated incremental expansion. And that involves the addition of ferric chloride and polymer to improve coagulation and solid removal rates. And that's really the information that we're trying to get at in this treatment optimization report. So finally, this amendment would also increase the required frequency for bacteria monitoring at Dairy Mart Bridge. And that was in response to public comments submitted by the City of Imperial Beach and Surfrider Foundation. And I'll elaborate that on a future slide. So I'm sure you're all aware, and I think it's important to kind of take a step back and acknowledge what's happening against the backdrop of this accelerated expansion. IBWC is in the process of expanding the ITP further to 50 million gallons per day of full secondary treatment. The federal government has set an ambitious deadline to achieve that goal by the end of 2027, December 2027. And accordingly, IBWC does not plan to scale back its operations to 25 MGD for the long term. Really going only up from here. So requiring IBWC to comply with its current permitted effluent limitations would effectively limit its capacity to operate the ITP at its full capacity at a time that we're seeing really chronic dry weather transboundary flows in the Tijuana River. So amending IBWC's NPDES permit today would authorize the 10 MGD expansion beyond the current permit's expiration in June, while board staff, myself, work towards reissuing the NPDES permit to authorize a full 50 MGD of secondary treatment in accordance with the timeline laid out by the federal government. There's a lot of information to digest here, so just to make it abundantly clear, once the permit expires, it will be administratively extended until a new NPDES, until the NPDES permit is reissued. So if the board adopts the amendment today, that amended version of the permit would be administratively extended until the new one, until the permit is reissued. So I think it's really important to understand that the amendment you're considering today is really only a temporary step towards the full expansion to 50 MGD and the reissuance of the permit. Now you may be asking, what are the alternatives to this 10 MGD accelerated incremental expansion? Well, the first kind of box on the slide represents the status quo, which is 10 MGD of wholly untreated wastewater remaining in the Tijuana River, crossing the international border and contaminating the river, the estuary, and our region's coastal waters along the way, and degrading air quality along the way. The second option, and I'm going to put options in quotation marks because it's not really feasible, would be pumping this additional 10 MGD to San Antonio de los Buenos in Mexico. That is something that folks have advocated for in the past, but it is simply not feasible, as I mentioned, due to the limited pumping capacity at PB1 in Mexico. Even if it were possible, that additional 10 MGD, if it reached San Antonio de los Buenos, exactly, it would go untreated, discharged directly at the shoreline because of the limited treatment capacity at San Antonio de los Buenos. And finally, this last option, is what the board is considering today through the proposed amendment, which would be taking in an additional 10 MGD via gravity from PB1 at the ITP, treating that to advanced primary standards, and blending it with 25 MGD of secondary standards, discharging that blended effluent over 3 miles offshore through the South Bay Ocean outfall, which would of course result in a reduction of dry weather transboundary flows in the river and estuary. And I'll also note that our plume tracking work modeling from the Scripps Institution of Oceanography, receiving water monitoring data from the City of San Diego and IBWC, who carry out a joint monitoring program, really do not indicate that water quality is impacted from the plume from the outfall in areas where recreation is known to occur, whereas there is a plethora of data that supports that the discharge of untreated wastewater at the coast, whether it's at San Antonio de los Buenos or at the mouth of the Tijuana River, is the primary driver of degraded coastal water quality that's kind of been plaguing our region for the last several years. And I think that brings us to our public comments. So we put out the draft amendment for a 30-day public comment period in January and February of this year. We received 4 comment letters from the City of Imperial Beach, San Diego Coastkeeper, the Port of San Diego, and Surfrider Foundation. All 4 comment letters were supportive of the proposed amendment, which is, I think, a positive thing to note. Some of the comment letters requested the inclusion of additional special studies or requirements that weren't really tied back to the operation of the ITP itself. And those were deemed to be outside of the scope of this amendment. And that's all encapsulated in our written response to comments. But in response to comments from the City of Imperial Beach and Surfrider Foundation, we did elevate, or we are proposing to elevate, the requirement for bacteria monitoring at Dairy Mart Bridge from a quarterly frequency to a weekly frequency. And the reason for that is because in the past, when there has been weekly data available, bacteria data from Dairy Mart Bridge, that's been a very useful data point in applying pressure on authorities in Mexico to restart the dry weather river diversion structure, PBCLA, and to refute claims about the degree of contamination of these transboundary flows. So we were in agreement, staff were in agreement with the City of Imperial Beach and Surfrider Foundation that that requirement should be elevated to a weekly requirement. And I'll also note that IBWC has actually already agreed to sampling at a weekly frequency for bacteria at Dairy Mart Bridge through their approved work plan for the Tijuana River Valley Monitoring Program. So it's not really representing a change from what's already happening, just elevating the required frequency. Now, before I conclude my presentation, I think it's important to review the compliance history for this facility before the board, as the board weighs this decision. IBWC had a history of chronic non-compliance prior to 2024, November of 2024, which really stemmed from a lack of maintenance and investment in the ITP, as well as storm damage from Tropical Storm Hilary. In 2021, the board adopted a cease and desist order, which established a time schedule for IBWC to complete a number of maintenance and repairs and to achieve compliance with its permitted effluent limitations. A time schedule order, or TSO, was then adopted in 2023, which revised that time schedule and required IBWC to comply with its permitted effluent limitations by August of 2024. And while IBWC didn't meet that August deadline, they did regain compliance with their permitted effluent limitations in November of 2024. And since then, between November 2024 and August of 2025, when the board issued its most recent cease and desist order related to the expansion, IBWC had only 2 exceedances of effluent limitations at that time, or in that time frame. And of course, the 2025 CDO. IBWC has complied with all requirements outlined in the 2025 cease and desist order. Of course, they have not yet treated a sustained 35 MGD, but they have complied with all of the reporting requirements, and they have obviously complied with the interim effluent limitations as well. Now, there are 2 non-operational compliance concerns that I would like to highlight. IBWC is required to hold what we call a biannual technical committee meeting with the purpose of bringing together government agencies that are responsible for regulation and funding with environmental stakeholders in the region, really to drive a discussion about how we can achieve meaningful reductions in transboundary flows and other source control matters in Mexico. IBWC has not yet complied with that permitted requirement to hold that biannual meeting. And the other item I would like to highlight is, we say TRVMP, that stands for the Tijuana River Valley Monitoring Program. We don't expect IBWC to be in compliance with that requirement for Q4 of last year or Q1 of this year. And that stems from a contracting issue from the federal government shutdown that we saw last year. IBWC has informed me that they've executed a new contract for lab services to fulfill that monitoring program. And I'm sure they can elaborate on the specifics in their presentation. So we expect them to come back into compliance as of Q2. And of course, that brings me to my staff recommendation, which is that the board adopt the tentative order R9-2026-0005. I plan on conducting a compliance evaluation inspection of the plant before the permit's expiration in June. And of course, staff will continue working towards the reissuance of the permit to authorize the overall expansion to 50 million gallons per day in accordance with the timeline laid out by the federal government. And that concludes my presentation. I'm happy to take questions from the board. I will note that IBWC may be able to answer some more operational questions, but yes, please go ahead.
What I understood about the amendment was that certain criteria for percents of removal were decreased.
Yes, that's correct. So for the technology-based effluent limitations, that would be for CBOD5 and TSS. Those percent removal effluent limitations were decreased to reflect the newly blended effluent.
Right.
So the modeling that informed those new effluent limitations, and they're the same as what's in the CDO, are based off of a proxy that we used for the 10 MGD of advanced primary treated effluent, which was influent water quality. And that is because of a lack of available data at the time that this amendment was drafted and at the time that the CDO was drafted for that matter. So the technology-based effluent limitations are less stringent than what's in the current permit, no less stringent than what's in the CDO.
So while I fully back this amendment, I do want to say that it just breaks my heart that we're in 2026 and we passed the Clean Water Act in 1972, which called for secondary treatment. And we are unable to attain that in the United States. And so we are reducing our standards. Settable solids is one of those that is the percentage being reduced. And that is where many of these, what do you call them? Forever chemicals will adhere. And therefore, we're giving a problem for the future. And I realize this is what we have to accept at this time, but I hope that the IBWC and the advanced primary is able to do better, obtain higher percent removals than are the numbers that I saw. It was disappointing to me. So also the city of Imperial Beach made a request in its letter that legally the regional board can address. And it was to say to EPA that they really wanted to ask for 100% solution from EPA. We don't have a way to do that. I don't know if there's anyone here from Imperial Beach, but certainly from my perspective as an individual, I will try my very best to communicate with EPA and try to impress upon them what an onus situation the city of Imperial Beach has faced. Now, I hear about it directly because my son lives there. And he'll call me and say, boy, last night we couldn't go to sleep. The smell was really bad. And so we really do, I really identify with them. And EPA, evidently we can bomb every 13,000 sites in I don't know how many weeks. So I hope very much that you're able to get this treatment plant done by 2027. I doubt it, but I'm rooting for you 100%. Thank you.
I'd like to make a motion to adopt this with an amendment. In addition to sharing Dr. Osen's concern just ditto. I would like the amendment to require, as part of the MPDS permit, that the IBWC start again the community meetings and the advisory committee meetings to IBWC to give an opportunity for the members of the public to have a relationship and understand and to promote some transparency as to what is happening. We had these in the past. They seem to disappeared for some reason. I think it's critical that we start them again. Often when we adopt NPDS permits, there is an expectation that compliance will ensue. We don't have that expectation in this case. So I think this requirement of this kind of transparency on a regular interval, I don't remember what the intervals were in the past, but whatever they were, I think they were quarterly, we should require that.
Yeah, I'll note, I believe you're referring to the Citizens Forum meetings that IBWC has previously held on a quarterly basis. Yeah, those were never required by our permit, but I'll probably defer to our executive team and legal counsel as to, if that's something we can just adopt as a part of the spoken record for this meeting through the amendment.
It's the basis of my approval.
Riley, do you know where that would fit in the permit?
Yeah, there's a number of special requirements in the permit where we could, and I would probably need to take a quick look at the document to find the most appropriate place to include that requirement for a recurring meeting.
Okay.
Yeah.
Board Member Cantu, if I could, well, we do have a presentation planned from IBWC, and we probably have speakers on this item as well, both in person and online. You may want to hold that thought and bring it back after you've had a chance to hear from them. They may have an answer for your question, but we'll note that for your current motion.
And I see that our visitors from IBWC wanted to speak, but we'll let you make it part of your brief. Okay, thank you.
I will second the motion, but I would love to hear from IBWC if they can address that a little bit since they're here.
Riley, why don't we work on the language real quick while they...
Yeah, sounds good. So I think we'll pull up IBWC's presentation at this point, and I'll go with our legal counsel to work on the change.
If I may, just to address Ms. Cantu's question.
But please introduce yourself first.
I'm sorry,
And say that you,
Gilbert Anaya, US IBWC.
and you took the oath.
Yes, sir, I did.
That's good. We need that for the record. Thank you.
Okay.
I saw him take the oath.
So the short answer, just so that there's no confusion about the permit amendment, is that we are already actively discussing restarting our citizens forum so that we can go back and provide information to the communities on a regular basis and reestablish that transparency with the work that we're currently doing. So look for that in the near future. Our public affairs officer, Frank Fisher, is working on that. And once he completes that, he'll get it on the schedule and we'll be back on track later this year.
And when do you expect the first citizens forum to take place?
I don't know. I understand that he's working on that at this time. I did ask that question before I came here, but he is working on it and I'll follow up with him and make sure that you get the latest as to when we're targeting for those forums.
And are you anticipating the quarterly basis like you did in the past, which was very beneficial?
Let me confirm that. I'm not sure the frequency yet, but I'm hoping that we go back to that normal quarterly meeting because that was very useful.
I want to make sure that these are the same. So there is a biannual technical committee that's supposed to meet on transboundary flows and source control on the Mexico side of the border. Now that was a biannual, it's never met. And I don't know if it's required that it meet or it doesn't exactly sound the same, but are you referring to it's different. All right. So I think this is very important because the transboundaries flows have been a major problem over time. And this is really a technical committee and it brings together stakeholders from the United States and Mexico. And it's really looking for solutions. And what our goal is, everyone's goal is to reduce flow, right?
Yes.
Okay. I wasn't sure if it was the same, that's why I wanted to ask it.
Sure.
Hello, just a quick comment. Tara Flint Silva from EPA Region 9 down here in San Diego. To address your question about a technical committee, just for awareness, on a monthly basis, we at EPA Region 9 facilitate binational technical calls with Mexico. And the people who attend on that side are from the utility, state government, federal government, several different agencies at the federal level, and IBWC, as well as their counterpart in Mexico, SELA, is on those calls. So we meet on a monthly basis to talk about ITP's expansion, as well as all of the work going on in Tijuana to address the international flows.
And do you include regional board staff or executive officers or assistant or?
At this point in time, they have not been attending. However, I did chat with Riley Nolan about this. And if the regional board would like to attend in the future, we can certainly discuss that with them.
I believe we would, and I would like to get feedback so that I know how we're progressing with reducing flows.
Okay. I will reach out to Riley about it to talk to him about it later this week.
Thanks, Tara. Also with us is Hector Aguirre, also with EPA. I've asked him to be up here with me in case they have any questions. Are there any questions that you have with respect to the overall strategy that we're doing to implement what was planned and developed?
I have a question for Dr. Anaya. The suite of projects that we know need to take place, both on this side of the border and on the Baja California Norte side of the border, in your personal opinion, and you have been involved in this for a very long time, what do you think the time frame is or the likelihood is that that full suite of 323 projects take place, let's say, within the next 5 years?
So the ones that are listed under minute 328, the US project, which is the
328, I was saying
yes,
323.
ma'am.
Thank you.
And all of the projects that were identified in Mexico, and Tara can confirm this, they are targeted. And I have a slide that they will be mostly completed by the end of 2027. There are 4 projects scheduled to begin in 27 and may not be done by that time, but they will be well on their way towards implementation. And those projects have more an effect on the transboundary flow in the Tijuana River. And I'll go over those right now because the international plant is geared towards treating wastewater from the collection system. And it does receive flow from the Tijuana River because of the pumping that ends up at PB 1A and 1B. And so that's why they commingle at that point. So I'll go over those, and I apologize, I'm all over the place in starting this presentation, but I want to thank Riley Nolan. I've been working with him these last few months. Prior to Riley with Melissa Corona, and of course, the Executive Officer Gibson, the regional board staff have been very helpful and working with us in developing these strategies. Not only on the regulatory side, but on the technical and having these discussions so that we ensure that they have information of what we're doing at the plant as well as other activities. So on behalf of IBWC and Commissioner McIntosh, again, I'm the chief of the Environmental Management Division, and I'm stationed in El Paso, Texas. And this has been a project that I've been working on for many years, especially in these last 5 years when we started to implement the USMCA activities, the development of the projects when we planned them and evaluated them under the environmental process. And then ultimately, they made their way through the statement of intent issued by the EPA and then into minute 328. So that gets us to where we are now. And so my update is it's really capturing all of those activities in these 4 categories. I'm going to start with the work that we've been doing at the international plant in terms of operation and maintenance. The rehab and expansion project, I'll briefly touch on what we've been doing with the 35 MGD incremental increase, as well as the main project that will be the expansion of the up to 50 MGD with a 75 MGD peak. I'll also touch a little bit on the Tijuana River issues because of their great importance right now and the issue we're having with H2S. And then finish with the binational effort under 328 and with the recent Minute 333 that was signed in mid-December of 2025, and we've started to meet. I won't get into detail here. Riley mentioned very nicely that the plant, although we had a lot of issues, as you see, a lot of the orange in 2022 to 2024, those exceedances were due to the lack of O&M and the hurricane that really damaged, especially the front portion of the plant. We spent quite a bit of money at that time to implement those urgent repairs, and we've continued to do that up to the present. They've now been incorporated into the routine projects under our contractor Veolia, as well as in the rehabilitation of as part of the expansion. Just wanted to highlight that in 2025, the flows did increase. They were considered above the 25. That's why they're in orange, but it was because of we were trying to get more flow to the plant. We did a lot of modeling and a lot of, well, even prior to that, also I'd like to recognize the City of San Diego, working with them, establishing an MOU to work out the details of the work at the ESPU. We had to expand the capacity by opening ports and risers before we would get started. So we had to have a new agreement with them to do the work. And so that was done. And we also, a lot of the modeling for the ESPU as well as for how we were going to operate the plant. We had to demonstrate to the regional board that our plan was going to provide a good quality effluent that would still meet the California Ocean Plan objectives. So that's really what we did all of the initial estimates, and we came up with some numbers. And so we had what we were projecting to be the water quality when you blended the advanced primary with the secondary. And I'll show you right now a slide that actually shows actual data in comparison to the projected. We also expanded the operations and maintenance of Veolia. We had to train them on the equipment that we acquired, as well as allowed them time to plan as well, because they were going to have to do additional operational controls as part of the new O&M for the South Bay plant. So just a couple of them that were to note. Some other things that were happening during this time, this is focused on the last 8 months since the CDO went into effect. Our 5-year contract with Veolia was ending earlier this year. And so in 2025, we started a solicitation for a new 5-year contract. I put the link on the presentation that we had to stop and not issue an award. The full explanation is on the website at sam.gov, so you can take a look at it as to what happened. We are currently working to reestablish a new scope of work and issue an RFP as soon as possible. But in the interim, we did issue Veolia what's called a bridging contract so that they can continue to operate the international plant in the interim. So the repairs that we're doing, again, mostly in 2025, JB1 was a major project. That is really controls the flow coming into the plant. We lost control, so anything that came into the collection system, we had no way of stopping it. With the completion of the structural component, which went into effect on March 20th, we now have two collector lines with gates. So they can operate in parallel or they can operate just by themselves. But we now will be able to control the flow that Mexico sends us. We could also increase it. So it could work either way, but it's really designed to go back to be able to protect the plant. We also include automation to this, so the operators can operate it from the what's called the SCADA system, and they can, without having to go out there, and they can do it rather quickly. They can reset the gates at any time. While this work was being done, it did take longer than was planned. So we actually just completed that portion of it. And during that time, we were also still having to treat wastewater. And so at PB1, show a picture of the temporary equipment. Those pumps were operating and pumping flow around the JB1 work into what's the JB2 structure that goes into the plant. And so during those final months of work, this was done. Mexico's, the company called Imbode, they were there, they were stationed there, and they did a very good job. PB1, though, was limited because of some of the things that are going on, and I'll cover those also. So what we also established was a robust coordination with Mexico. So Veolia had real-time access to the utility in Mexico, in Tijuana, so that they can talk at any time, and they can say, hey, we're getting too much flow, or there's not enough flow, or what's going on at PB1, and they will get a response right away. This was important because we're gonna continue to rely on this coordination as we continue to move forward. Other works that we've been doing at the plant include getting our headworks back into shape. The concrete work, Dr. Olson, the effects of H2S in wastewater in the right environment does create H2S or H2SO4, which causes a lot of the damage that we saw to our concrete and some of the metal structures. All of those are being rehabbed at this time. And so we repaired our motors. We now we're cycling them to make sure that we have enough pumps available to handle flow at any time. The bar screens were also rebuilt because those were damaged extensively due to all of the debris and trash that was coming to the plant. It would affect the cabling system that collects the trash. And so Veolia at times was sending operators out there to physically remove the trash from those screens to keep things going when the automated portion was broken. So all of these items are slowly being completed so that we get that protection for the plant. Operationally, the PSTs, the primary sedimentation tanks, now that we have SEPT included, those are going to be where we add the chemicals to get that removed, improve the removal from the PSTs so that we have a good advanced primary coming out of those, where 25 continues through the secondary process and 10 MGD is blended around the secondary. And so I'll show you some data. So these are a lot of the items that we were focused on in 2025. Another one, our offsite pump stations are also going to be rehabbed. So our pump stations will have new pumps and everything, and the piping will be completely redone so that we will again have a good Hollister, and Goat Canyon will be in good operation and good standing along with the rest of the plant. Just very briefly, we have also been working on our canyon collectors, cleaning them. There were some Del Sol and Silva had clogged lines, and so we had to go in there and remove them and put new lines. That was done recently. We have also tried to bring Mexico and to have that constant communication with respect to the flows coming from the canyon. So if we ever detect anything, we are trying to get immediate responses to them and get them to act based on whether it's a storm event or if it's a dry weather spill, to identify the source, and they turn and act as fast as they can. This slide captures 5 months of data that we analyzed. As you can see that the orange is the range that we were trying to get to between 25 and 35 MGD. In September, that was the trial period. We were going to run the plant treating up to 30 MGD just to ensure that everything, the temporary equipment was working properly. The SEPT was also sending the right dosages of the chemicals. So everything was, aside from a glitch on the SEPT system, everything was working very well. Veolia was getting up to speed on the operations, and so we felt very comfortable moving into October. So we did increase it to try to get to that 35 MGD. There were some storm events that were occurring on the outside, but it wasn't really impacting us. The one thing that did impact us was the work on JB1, as you can see on the graph, where we had to dial it back down to less than 25 because we were working, the pumping equipment in Mexico could only pump so much and around the work site. So it was very hard to get flow and still provide a safe environment for the contractors working on JB1. That's why you see that dip. And then the spike there back up to above 25 was when work had to stop because of those heavy storms that Mexico was afraid that their facility at PB1 would be flooded and they had to remove the temporary equipment. And so that was done, and we had to replug the line and the work had to stop. And that's the one reason that you see that delay in between. This is the same slide, but I just want to show this is the quality of TSS and BOD. This is actual data that is just an average of the 5 months of data, along with the final effluent limits, TSS 62. What we were, the effluent was running at about 25 and CBOD was 13. So you can see the percent removals were at 93%. Now, this is good to see, but this is also one of the reasons why it's so low is because we weren't treating up to 35. If we were to have sustained 35 MGD, you would see a higher final effluent when you're blending advanced primary with secondary effluent. During when we were at that point where we were treating or up to 35 MGD, the water quality did go up, but it was still below the CDO limits. So we felt confident that our projected concentrations our estimate was good, and we were going to be able to achieve those interim limits. So that is something that we're going to start to evaluate now that we're back at 35 MGD at the plant, and we will be monitoring that. We also added 2 stations, additional monitoring stations. So we're doing the influent, the primary effluent, the blended effluent, and the secondary effluent. So we'll have all those 4 data points. So we'll continue to see the quality coming out of the PSTs, and then the secondary by itself. And then once it's blended, we'll have that information as well, along with the influent. So we will continue to collect those data sets going forward to build that data set. 3 hub and expansion, we've been continuing to work. We have the base project at 50 MGD with that 75 peak. We're getting close to the 90%. Either later this month or early May, we will receive from our design build team the 90% design along with the cost model and the schedule. The government team, EPA, ourselves, our owner advisor, Arcadis, will review those, provide our comments. Once we complete that, the design builder will start moving towards a pre-100. And during that time also, they will be completing their analysis for cost. So we will start seeing those, and we will start getting ready for negotiations. That's going to be occurring between now and October, and this is going to be the critical time because we have planned different alternatives based on what those final costs are and how we're going to implement it. The plan will always be we're going to build to 50 MGD. How we get there depends on the cost, what is in the budget, and if there's a shortfall, what is our next step. So all of that is already being considered. We've looked at different strategies in terms of timing of the plant. So all of that is under consideration as we continue to move forward. Along with the design, we're also implementing those early work packages where we're starting work on the ground. Again, I believe because of the shutdown and other issues, we weren't able to access funds. So some of the work we had planned was pushed back. But now we're looking at May, April to May. You're gonna start seeing work on the ground, earthwork in preparation for the construction of the major structures, starting with the integrated headworks, the new headworks, and then moving towards the PSTs, and then the rest of the plant. So that is going to start this year. So you're going to see that we have been moving on different fronts in terms of operations, and now we're bringing in construction as part of the process. So that in terms of being able to visualize what we've been reporting on, we're finally at that point where you're going to be able to go visit the plant and take a tour of the work that's being done. Transboundary flows in the Tijuana River. I think you've all seen this before in some form. 2025 was not where we wanted to be, but the main reason for the 35 MGD was to help address this issue. We were getting there, but other things, we had to scale back the 35 down to 25 because of JB1. The flows continued. So now that JB1 is done, the next step is those projects in Mexico. So that's going to be the focus, and I'm going to just kind of show the previous slide was monthly average. This is daily average over that 5-month period that we were looking at the CDO information. We also wanted to look at the river and how it was doing. When we were operating 35 at the treatment plant and PBCLA was operating, they could operate at capacity or mostly at capacity. The other key piece is PB1. That is absolutely, in my opinion, the one that is most critical in order to establish that consistency in treatment and pumping of flows from the river. You can't operate PBCLA at full capacity all the time because of the limitations of PB1. It cannot pump because the condition of the pumps, you could strain them, they have to scale them back. And when PB1 scales back, PBCLA has to reduce the pumping capacity. This is independent of what's happening at the international plant. This is just the operation of flows for the river. That's why this year is going to be hopefully a good year for PB1, because PB1 is going to get started, and once that project gets done, that will help us and help Mexico to consistently, in the dry weather scenario, pump 35 MGD, and PB1 will pump 35 MGD to the coast. And the international plant will continue to treat 35 MGD of wastewater. That same graphic of river flow overlaid with the APCD's H2S in that same time period. If you reduce the flow in the river to 5 or less, we were seeing the H2S also respond, and it was actually less than the 5 ppb threshold that was established, and that's typically when you can detect H2S. The orange line is the next threshold. When we were operating at 30 in September, PB-SILA was able to operate at enough capacity that we were at 5 MGD or less. At times we were getting down to 2 MGD in the river. And so this is while PB1 is still hindered in pumping. So I think the condition this year would be similar to what we saw in September. If PB-SILA can pump to where we can get below 5 MGD, we can at least alleviate this condition. And the other part that we were going to do was to set up a barrier so we can actually block some of that excess flow and then route it back to the system. So if it's 4 MGD, we would be able to capture more 2 MGD, for example. So there'd be 2 MGD less that goes downriver. So that is something that we're going to be working on this dry season as PB-SILA starts up. We're treating 35 and we're operating the system, what we call flow management. We will try and balance to maximize what we can pull from the river during this time. You can see, I didn't mention it, but you can see when PB-SILA is off, the spikes in H2S. That is just. Other things that we're doing with Mexico is we get monthly reports from them on activities that they're doing with regards to operating PB-SILA and PB1 and other activities that occur in Tijuana. Our AOM, Emily Allen, meets with her counterpart on a weekly basis. And so they're having discussions and they're talking about how things are running. And if there's any issues, they talk about them and try to address them during those meetings. Riley mentioned the TRVMP. The issue there was the contract we had with the laboratory. They were not able to respond to wet weather events as part of the requirements. That was the primary driver for us to make the decision to not exercise the option for another year. And we began to, we issued another solicitation for a new lab contract that was local to the area. So they would be able to implement all the elements of the TRVMP. And then the government shutdown occurred, and we were from October all the way through January, did not have access to funding to start the new contract. So we were well behind. We stopped sampling in November, and so we don't have data for the river through December through this month. As soon as we get a new QA plan in place and is approved by the board, that contractor can start collecting samples again. So hopefully we're past that hump, so we'll be implementing those elements of the TRVMP. And Mexico also, there were some maintenance issues that they took care of in December at PB-SILA. They had some seals, an impeller was broken, so they did maintenance and preparation for turning PB-SILA back on. And in March, as things were progressing and we were aligning the work They went out and hired a contractor to clean the section of the river where all of the sediment and debris to make sure that the intakes were clear so that once they were ready, that PBC they could turn it on, which they've done this week. So that'll be hopefully, barring any other storms, they'll continue to operate. So we'll be working with them and talking about the operation of PBC. And now that gets me to my final area, which is the binational projects, those 16 projects that are on the list in Minute 328 that EPA with Semarnat and Conagua as the leads in partnership with us, with IBWC and the rest of the agencies in Tijuana. We meet monthly and we talk about these projects. And so we have a very good, we have good dialogue. We're actually, Tara is chairing the meeting tomorrow where we're going to talk about these projects, get status updates on them. But as you can see in 2026, Tara helped me with this slide. She prepared it. So all of those projects in the blue are currently underway or will be underway in 2026. I wish I would have highlighted PB1 rehab. That's the one that should be starting either later this month or soon after. And then they'll get to work and make sure that they restore capacity at both of the pumping plants as well as make repairs throughout the plant so that it is reestablished and we can rely on it from this point on. The other collectors of importance, the pump stations at the canyons, all those are targeted for rehab. So we're well underway to achieving those projects that were under Minute 328. We have 5 of them that were completed, and then the remaining 4 that are planned for 2027. So all of those are ready to go. This is just this is a portal that we maintain on the IBWC website. As you can see from when we first started, they were all red. Now we've got some green and yellows representing the 2026 projects. And those 4 projects scheduled for 27, you can kind of see where they're located. Once we complete these, that is really that we're going to hit that goal of improving water quality in the Tijuana River and at Punta Bandera to mitigate those north flowing, the coastal flow that we get in the summer, as well as the dry weather flow in the Tijuana River. So I know Mr. Gibson early on today mentioned the river diversion. That is part of the plan. It's not part of Minute 328 per se, but it is something that would be next on the list. We do have a project, a feasibility waiting to be funded so that we can continue discussion on river diversion and what that would look like in preparation for if we get funds to move forward. Once we complete these, we'll have a roadmap to get there. So the Minute 333 work that started late in December, we actually got things going in January. There were a list of actions that were in that minute, if you read it, or in the MOU between EPA and Semarnat that has the looking at different areas to actually highlight or improve different areas. San Antonio de los Buenos outfall, instead of discharging into the shoreline, constructing an ocean outfall. Is that feasible? Should we look at increasing the size of SAB, even though it was just finished? Should we increase its capacity? We're gonna look at overall the mass balance of flow in Tijuana to ensure we understand what the future is in Tijuana and how much water is going to be produced and how much wastewater is going to be need to be treated. Those are just some of the sedimentation basin and Smuggler's Gulch. on the Mexican side to help us with those storm flows that bring so much sediment to the collectors. So all of these are in there so that we can have those discussions as we continue to finish the projects in Minute 328. We're already looking at plans for future in Tijuana. So ultimately, all that will be built into a new master plan for Tijuana. So we have those meetings that are ongoing. We're going to try to get what was under Minute 320 for sediment and solid waste back up and running. There is a pending pretreatment discussion between us and Tijuana that we'd also like the regional board. That is in our permit requirement that we need to initiate this year as well, which we will. We'll schedule a meeting just to talk about pretreatment. And just to summarize, those are the things, those are the overall view of the strategy, not just for the international plant, but for improving water quality in Tijuana for Tijuana and San Diego. Be happy to take any additional questions.
Thank you. Thank you for the presentation. I appreciate it. Lots of information.
Yes, I apologize.
No, not at all. But one of the things I noticed on your bullet point of activity for 2026 was assessment and with the work group to look at OND funding and strategy. Does that mean I should assume that there is no OND in these funding of these projects currently?
Yes, that's correct. That is something that we identified actually a few years back, is that projects were being constructed, but O&M was not part of it. And so we've looked at different ways to include O&M funds for those works. And so one group is talking about that in particular. So we're working with Mexico and with the North American Development Bank and EPA, there is a project in Nuevo Laredo that incorporated O&M as part of the rehab. So we can do it. It's just, we need to work out the details for this region and how that would look and who would be participating. So yes, that really is a big piece of it, that once we rehab everything, we don't want it to deteriorate. Correct. Yes.
Maybe just thank you so much for that presentation. It was helpful to get kind of a comprehensive overview on things, as well as the permit amendment that we're talking about today. Piggybacking on the O&M, I'm just curious, what do the O&M needs look of the expansion that you did last year in the context of the broader expansion to 50 MGD? Is that funded? Any O&M needs that you've got for the work that you just did last year?
Good question. So yes, it is funded, but it did take money from the project, from the actual design build. But it was something that a decision was made that there was the best thing to do now to try and help the issue. So if we could get that capacity, we would use funds to get that. And we have asked for increased funding. We have estimated how much O&M we would need moving from this point forward. So we have that information, and we've requested that money from the federal government as an appropriation to USIBWC so that we can continue to support our operator, but we will have a capital plan and strategy for routine or capital projects so that once we have everything in place, it will be part of an asset management system that triggers when things need to be done. And we do need money, and we've estimated so many millions per year to take care of those different things. As you move along in the plant and it's being operated, you need to rehab an activated sludge tank. That's going to cost so much. And so all of that will be done periodically so that we avoid having that fail flop where we have multiple tanks or issues at the plant that we just didn't plan for.
Got it. So just to confirm, so you've got O&M funding to take you through December of 2027 for the 10 MGD expansion?
Yes,
Okay, thank you.
I think so.
Okay, my turn. And I apologize, I'm going to repeat something I said before, but I need to do it as a precursor. On the issue of O&M. Years ago, I think I've told you this, I was down there touring the plant and I think it was the Veolia manager. We were looking at JB1 and it was rusted solid. And he said, well, yeah, we don't have a plan to fix that because we've never had to use it. And then, of course, Hurricane Hillary shows up and, oh my God, we can't turn the water off. My point in bringing that back up is this. I really appreciate all you're doing. I'm a believer that you're actually going to work this plan forward and it's going to make a huge improvement. But what I worry most about is 5 or 10 years from now, the same thing happening. Valves corroded, rusted. And to be honest with you, I blame ourselves, but I also blame our NGOs and our press and our congressional contingent for being so difficult to get somebody's attention that you have to have money to maintain a plant or it's not going to keep working. And we're going to go down that same road unless we engender a whistleblower mentality that goes through EPA, it goes through us, it goes right to the congressional contingent and say, you have to fund this plant or we're going to have sick kids in IB again. So that's I get off my pulpit, and I know a whistleblower makes people wrinkle, but the people out there on the ground have to yell and holler. They've got to have a hotline to Coast Keeper and a few others that can help get that attention, but we don't want our plant to go into disrepair the way it had 10 years ago. And with that, I think maybe okay, go ahead.
People should go.
Yeah.
I have several questions. I wanted to make a note of a slide you showed where you had an ozone project or an ozone pilot project, excuse me. And during that time that H2S levels were really low, what was the nature of that project? I remember hearing about it, but I can't recall it right now.
It was ozone using nanobubble technology.
Yeah, but where was it applied?
It was applied
Yeah, where?
It was
In other words,
applied,
was it in the influent after primary? Where?
in the Tijuana River.
Oh, it was implied in the river itself. huh?
It was applied just upstream of where our gauging station is in the river.
Wow. Okay. Because obviously it breaks up the organics and you get them, then they're easier to remove. I thought if you're going to be a 50 million gallon a day plant, it seems awfully odd that you're not putting in a laboratory to do very basic, process monitoring and PDS monitoring. Not the organics or, more complicated, but just the very basics. Was that has not been discussed, or what is EPA's view on that?
I agree with you. But we do have contract services where they do send on
Well, I
daily
understand,
basis.
I
Yeah.
understand you have contract services, but you don't get immediate answers. There's a turnaround time. Where for some of these tests, you would have immediate answers. So then my other question is about backup pumps. I know a number of the original problems after you were rehabbing the treatment plant is you might have had adequate pumps, but you didn't have any backup pumps. So what is, like you have a 1 in 4. So you have one extra pump for 4 pumps in one part of your treatment. So
Yes.
how do you sort of do your backup pumps? And so, how many, like for each canyon, do you have a pump and a backup pump, or how does that work? Or do they gravity flow? I mean, maybe.
They gravity flow to Goat Canyon, and from Goat Canyon, they're pumped to the plant. I'm sorry, pumped to Hollister, and Hollister pumps to the international plant.
So do you have a backup plan at each one of those places, or what happens if?
I'll have to defer to Emily Allen on that question, but I can tell you, generally speaking, and this is something that we addressed, our international plant was designed to have a redundancy. So we have six pumps in the influence station, for example. They weren't designed to operate all the time. You were supposed to have one on standby so that you can turn one on and turn one off and do some rehab to it, and then you alternate and you continue that. The other thing is for like the PSTs, right now we're operating 4 and we're leaving 1 on standby, the tank itself, so that we do maintenance on it, we can bring it back online, and then we go to the next one and say, that one, it's time to do maintenance on
So
it.
you rotate the pumps, but I'm talking about if you have a pump failure and maybe we'll have another pump failure and then the plant isn't operating appropriately.
So we do have spares, and we're trying to build that up to ensure that if we do have that situation where, and I'm not sure how many we have at Hollister, for example, I believe it's 3 or 4. So if one goes down, we're still okay. But when you start losing more than one, that's when you start running into problems.
So are you planning to have additional movable pumps or something that will?
Yes, we're that the spare
And
parts.
does that come in 228 or minute 333, or where is that incorporated in your plan?
That is in the operations plan as part of the expansion. So Hollister, the plant, all of the elements. I mentioned the asset management. There's also the tracking them. There's also the spare parts category where the different areas are going to have spares already available to them.
So that's your operational program.
That's part of it. That's part of the work that we're doing. The engineering team is, the actual design builder is actually preparing that for us. So we will have an updated inventory of the new assets that we have, along with the current assets we have at the international, as part of the current plant.
Okay, do you remember when minute 328 was signed? What year was that?
2022.
Yes, 2022. Oh, really? Was it 2022, minute 328? I remember it because I was being confirmed by the Senate and I put in minute 328 and they asked me what it meant. So, well, then I want to commend you. 2022, what are the chances that you actually update everything by the date you said, 2027, December of 2027?
We will have quite a bit done by then, but we will not be done with the plant, with the
Right.
expansion.
Right. So what is the anticipated sort of date that you'll be able to treat 50 million gallons to secondary?
50 million gallons of secondary right now is targeted for what's in our contract, which is 2030.
2030. Okay. That makes more sense to me. All right, great. Okay, well, I'd like to thank you very much for your presentation. It was informative. I'd like to request that the presentation, if it can be, is posted on our website. So that, there's a couple of the graphs I'd like to look at a little more closely. And
Sure.
And when Riley goes down to the plant, maybe some of us can come with you and take a closer look at it. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
You're very welcome. Thank you.
Are we ready to entertain a motion? Actually, we have a motion in a second.
I believe we have at least one speaker card.
Oh, that's right. I'm sorry. Patrick? I'm sorry, I covered your green card. I'm sorry.
Everyone sit back down. I'm kidding. Thank you, Patrick McDonough, with San Diego Coastkeeper. I've taken the oath. Thanks to everyone for those presentations. I think that's the most information I've heard about the ongoing situation at the transboundary sewage crisis and at the plant specifically in quite a long time. Coastkeeper supports the adoption of this permit amendment, and we really like Board Member Cantu's emphasis on public information and transparency, and if possible, to include the citizens forums on a quarterly basis, just to have presentations like this exactly today. I mean, I follow this very, very closely. I haven't seen anything that detailed or informative in quite some time. And I come here on behalf of Coastkeeper's members and really on behalf of the public. And then Coastkeeper tries to amplify this information because there's unfortunately not, it's not packed with people in here. Maybe millions are watching online, but I think this is an incredibly important environmental crisis and public health crisis. So we need to do better on the public transparency and information sharing front. We're thrilled to hear that PB-SELA is coming back online. A couple charts mentioned this, but I did want to really drive home the point that the beaches in Imperial Beach actually opened back in October for the first time since December 2021. And that was when the flow in the river was at about 5 MGD or below. And it seems like we'll be able to reach that again, which would then also help with the air quality crisis and everything else that is happening. So that is extremely encouraging news and a positive development. And I just had a couple of questions about why this may be best directed at the IBWC folks, but why it took so long for JB1 to finally be completed, those repairs. I know there were rains, but I believe that the board or the public was told it would take 2 to 3 weeks to finish JB1 back in November, and then it would be another 2 to 3 weeks. Then it rained, okay, and then it would be another 2 to 3 weeks to fix JB1 in January. And there were these month-long stretches of time where it wasn't raining, and that has contributed to this ongoing 35 to 40 million gallons of flow in the Tijuana River that's exacerbating the air quality crisis. I'm very happy to hear that that has been repaired and that hopefully those flows in the main stem of the river will be decreasing. But I wanted to request that piece of information as to what took so long. Because to be clear, JB1 was the reason why PB-SELA was taken offline and stopped removing 35 MGD from the river. Thank you.
So I guess we have to have a little discussion on the amendment and then we're ready to.
Yeah, and before we move on, I think IBWC may want to respond to the question on JB1. I think that would be a good time.
Thank you.
Please go ahead.
Hi, good morning. So I want to clarify a few things. JB1, PB-SELA did not go offline, but, oh, sorry, apologize. Emily Allen with IBWC San Diego Fuel Office, Area Operations Manager. So I kind of want to clarify, no, I did not.
Raise your right hand and promise to tell the truth.
Yes, I do.
Good.
So November, when we just started the JB1, our initial intent to continue the 35 MGD throughout the bypass pumps. And we even have the capacity for the bypass pump to pump the continuous 35 MGD. And what happens that the day we connect the bypass pumps, it rained. And we have requested by Mexico to shut down the bypass pump, remove the pump, and stop the work altogether. So that lasted for about from November 15th all the way to about December 1st. Then we just started work, and 2 weeks later, it rained again. So what happens is we have learned during the rain, the flow, we cannot use a bypass pump. There are a few reasons for that. One is the flow in Mexico, where the the Stewart drain is at, that is the lowest point. What happened is that the streets getting flooded, everything's flooded. And what we're afraid that is, the fear is that once that flood comes, the bypass pipes will be washed away. And that will create additional damage. And that means the wastewater, not only the rainwater, but wastewater is going into Tijuana River during the rain. So that is something, another thing that we do not want to see. And also, without the sudden shutdown of the bypass pumping, that would leave the treatment plant with zero flow, which means the secondary treatment would starve at that time, and which would get us out of compliance from that point forward with no point of return. So that is something that none of us want to see, and we decided to stop. Once we start back up, so we had about two and a half weeks worth of work. When we stop the bypass, all flows are going through the new JB1. So I just want to clarify, it wasn't repair for the JB1, it's rebuild the JB1. So we call it JB 1.1. When that junction box, the new box is being built, when the flow starts sending through that, you can only imagine what comes in with the rainwater. You have the sediment, trash, debris, rocks, everything's in there. So what happens is when we restart after the January rain, so that the entire period, December into January, that bypass was stopped, flow went through the new JB1. When we start back up, we realize not only we have to clean it up, also the damage is created. Basically, we lost about a week worth of work. So all of that we have to redo. So in order to restart, I think I explained a couple times. So there's a OJB1, the new JB1, all that flow is going to go through. When the new JB, so the first thing you have to do is suck out all of the flow inside of the new OJB1. Then you clean that out, put the plug in, then you go into the box where the work is happening, suck that out, clean it up, and then redo the work that was completed in December. So that's why it's taking so long. I just want to clarify that. Did I miss any other questions, comments? Sorry, I apologize. Thank you.
All right, so in response to your conditional motion to approve, which I appreciate your comments, our legal counsel and my supervisor, Melissa, and I went in the back and drafted up some changes to address your comment. So to get to your point, you've requested that IBWC, through a requirement in this permit, reinitiate the quarterly citizens forum meetings. That has never been a requirement in our NPDES permit for the South Bay International Wastewater Treatment Plant. But to address your comment, what we are proposing is to change the biannual technical committee meetings to require a public element. So require that the public be invited to those meetings, be publicly open meetings, and include a discussion on critical infrastructure improvements, which is really the purpose of the Citizens Forum meeting. That was just the cleanest way to incorporate it into our permit at this point. And I think you've been distributed copies of the proposed changes, which are underlined. And I'm happy to take any questions at this point. And I believe they're working on bringing it up to the screen. Yes, and it's on page 32.
Yeah, I'm not certain this accomplishes my objective. Just because something is open to the general public doesn't constitute the same impact as a citizens advisory group. So I think it falls short.
Okay.
I understand perhaps we've never done it before, but I don't see why that should be a stumbling block at all.
Yeah, I'll point to our, executive and legal team if we would like to include that.
I mean, personally, I think there are two different groups of people. I think the audiences are quite different. So I think it falls short. It doesn't accomplish my objectives, and I would not be able to support it.
Okay.
So we don't have authority to require the citizens forum, but this is getting at the spirit of what you're trying to get at. And it's already in the permit. So this would be the best step for this iteration of the permit. And then we can reevaluate your suggestion for when we do the reissuance.
So we're not requiring it from scratch. This is something they used to do on a regular basis, very successfully, what people really appreciate it. I mean, their health is at risk. They like to know what's happening from one day to the next or one quarter to the next. I don't think it's offering too much. I don't understand why we wouldn't be able to do that. Transparency is a theme that I think the water boards have embraced enthusiastically in the last 2 or 3 years.
The citizens forums were voluntary. That's just something that IBWC did. It wasn't.
And I
in the
recommend
permit.
we change that.
Yeah, we don't have authority to change that, but we do have this language in the permit right now. And so this would accomplish the spirit of what you're trying to get at.
I'm not certain it does. I think it's an entirely different audience.
So we could take the issue under advisement and then bring the permit back to you at the next board meeting if that would be better.
Well, what are you going to be thinking about during your advisement?
Technical staff and I could
Are you
meet.
going to be able to figure out a way to make this work?
Technical staff and I could meet and talk about something else. We can meet with IBWC, explore what our options are.
If I may suggest as well, I mean, I understand this is a very critical issue, and if it's not in the permit, you're not going to consider adopting it at this point. We may invite IBWC to come and comment on that if this one issue is going to prevent the board's adoption of the amendment, and see how IBWC would reply, and if they will assure us that they will hold those those citizens forum meetings. I'd suggest that at this point, if that's okay.
I think that's a good idea.
All right.
To invite them back.
And yes, you have a question. as
May
well.
I ask a question? I would like to ask it of the executive officer. Is it possible to meet, or what do we need, what needs to happen for committee member Cantu's public meetings to be addressed? I found out in going over this, there were things we couldn't do because they weren't legal. So I'm asking for what's our workaround? And how do we do it? We may not be able to put it in the amendment, but we may be able to call IBWC back up and they may be able to commit to it, or EPA may be able to.
Thank you, Vice Chair Olson. The International Boundary and Water Commission, I think about 20 years ago, created the citizens forums, and they have several of them along the border to inform the public about activities and events that are taking place there. It's never been a permit requirement of ours or anyone else that I'm aware of. And I'm not clear at this moment in time if we have similar requirements for public education and outreach for, say, the city of San Diego, for Point Loma or other facilities. I would like to hear from IBWC. I think we heard from them earlier that they intend to restart the Citizens Forum. But I agree with council. I'm not entirely clear what our legal authority would be to require them to have Citizens Forum meetings. They do appoint people to the Citizens Forum officially to serve, I believe, a term of 1 year or 2 years. I think this is really their instrument for public relations and communication. And while I do support that we need to have a biannual technical work group meeting to focus on some key issues with Mexico, I agree that those are probably not necessarily a public meeting that's going to be very effective. So would certainly love to encourage them to have their citizens forums again. I'm not clear why they have not resumed them. And I'd like to hear from IBWC. And if it's an issue, then I would agree with council. We need to evaluate this and see where in the permit it is defensible to add it.
And if I can also just make a question, Dr. Anaya, you had also mentioned the binational core group. So I'm just wondering if you could kind of articulate the that, I think there's a couple of different public forums. And so maybe just talk a little bit about the differences of each too.
Sure. Yes, I'll start with the binational court. Under minute 320, we were having meetings with respect to water quality, sediment, and debris or trash. So those, we did have a public component as well as the work group component. So we were having public meetings to discuss those topics. And those were looking at ways to improve conditions on both sides of the border, to develop strategies and projects that could be developed, and then they can go out and try and get funding for to implement them. So that is still part of Minute 320. Minute 333 does reference 320 that we're going to reinitiate. And I did mention that we were going to start with a core group meeting. And so that will kind of launch that portion of it. I also did mention that we are, citizens forums will start up again this year. Our public affairs officer is working on it at this time. So I will reach back and talk to him so that if he can give me an estimate to, I know, Ms. Cantu, this is something that's important to you, and we are going to reestablish them. So it's not in the permit. We are going to reestablish that line of communication. And that's another forum that we will use. That doesn't prevent us from having other meetings. I mentioned the contract that is pending award for the roadmap to river diversion. That's also, it's not public per se, but it involves many stakeholders to be part of the discussion. So we will try and have these various forums being held so that we can relay this information. And that the citizens forum that was, they stopped meeting for the San Diego region, we are going to get them started. So I hope that this doesn't prevent you from looking at the amended permit. Again, if we don't have an amended permit, we'll have to go back to 25 MGD, and we will put the 35 on hold until we work through the process. And we're also running out of time with our current NPDES permit that expires in June. So we have to have something in place. So I just encourage that I think we have a good plan, and we are going to reintroduce public outreach.
So I was wondering if it would be possible to ask you to come back to our next meeting and explain to us the progress, along with when you anticipate will be the first date of these public meetings, and any other needs that committee members Cantu feels are not feels any. Excuse me, any other issues that committee member Cantu believes are important to be included. So that might be, how are you going to develop your list of invitees? And
Well, they have a group already that's been active.
Yes.
It's just that they've suspended the meetings. And the meetings need to be meaningful, and you need to have somebody there who can actually answer the questions. And we've seen a really robust process up to the time that they were suspended. So I guess I'd like to amend my motion. And I'll amend it to say, if our staff is unable to find a way to make this process transparent, we would like to invite you or some representative of IBWC to meet with us at our meeting, which is an open forum quarterly, to explain what you have done to move this forward, or for this venue to be the venue for such a citizen meeting. So we'll make sure that it happens. Either you come and tell us how well the last meeting went and when the next meeting was going to be on a quarterly basis, or we establish that meeting to be part of our meetings here on a quarterly basis, to make sure that the people of Imperial Beach, who are profoundly affected, not just from their human health, but also their social well-being and sense of well-being, they need and deserve an opportunity to understand in their terms what's going on with their community and the air that they breathe.
Thank you. Oh, yes, go ahead.
Ms. Cantu, being a second of your motion, with all due respect, and I totally understand what you're saying about the public transparency and information, but I'm looking at what the staff has provided for us in terms of the amendment language. At least minimally, we will get 2 times a year where the public can participate in the meeting. And knowing these projects that are just always so long drawn out, minimally having 2 is better than nothing. So I'm hoping you are going to amend your motion to do the permit today. And I also agree with you that if need be, we can invite them quarterly to come here so that the public can get some updates.
I have zero faith that trying to pretend that a citizens meeting is the same as this technical meeting, the people will not feel comfortable to go. They do not know about it. They will not go to it. It's going to take place at a time that they're not available to go to it. It is not a substitution at all. So I think this language is a complete non-starter, and I would not be able to support it. But I do feel comfortable that I would be happy to amend the motion to say that if IBWC would come here and explain how you are successful in reestablishing your already existing good practice until it was stopped meeting with your existing group and to continue that process, I would feel comfortable that that process would be then therefore transparent. And if you come and say, well, I'm sorry, we haven't been able to do it, we've got too much work, it hasn't happened, then I think we should establish that process in this body. The reason the water boards have boards like this is to allow an opportunity for the people of the community to come and find out how the water that affects them so primarily is being dealt with. It is their opportunity to do that. So if you're not able to do it for whatever reason that I could not possibly expect, then we need to do it. And we need to do it in this venue because it's got to get done. We're not in Imperial Beach, so it's not at all as convenient as the meetings historically you had that are much easier for people to go to. A meeting here is very inconvenient. We meet during the day when people are generally working. You know, they'd have to get daycare. I mean, it's a big inconvenience, but I think we need to do that if somehow IBWC doesn't see their way clear to be able to start those meetings immediately.
Board Member Cantu, is your motion to, is it a voluntary motion
Can
for them
I-
to come and speak to us, or do you want us to bring the permit back in
The
May?
motion too. I would like to amend the motion too.
Okay.
My amendment is, it would read, the Tijuana River transboundaries flows, Mexican source control, and information regarding critical infrastructure improvements. That's, because I did mention it, but I probably doing it like that, so you didn't hear it all. But it's Mexico source control, because I think originally it was included.
If I may
Answer
make
your
a
question, it would not be voluntary. It would be a condition of the permit.
Okay, so then your motion is to make an amendment to the permit, right?
That's right.
Okay.
If I may add, IBWC has several permitted requirements to give an oral presentation to the board before the expiration of its permit in June. So we have lined up an info item for the June board meeting for IBWC to give a presentation on the state of the ocean, the state of the Tijuana River Valley, source control efforts in Mexico, and several other components that are actually required in their permit. I would suggest that we incorporate what you're discussing, Board Member Cantu. This is a public forum and certainly not as convenient as a citizens forum in Imperial Beach, but require that discussion in the June presentation before the board.
That should be the first one.
Okay,
And
yes.
quarterly thereafter.
So I may also suggest that we go into recess if you're proposing that we make further changes to the amendment to require that in the permit for your consideration at today's board meeting rather than bringing it back in June.
So could we
Please.
proceed? Could we proceed with the next item? After the next item, we go into closed session, come back and then vote on this. Is that possible or not?
What was your question, Board Member
Okay.
Vice
The
Chair?
question is, can we, in a sense, table this motion for a short period of time? Go and have the next item,
Uh-huh.
go into closed session, come back out, and then vote on the amendment. Is that legal to do?
We could do that.
All right, I wanted to ask you a question. So I didn't think, when I read this, the biannual technical committee meeting, it was on transboundaries flows and source control in Mexico. I
Yes.
didn't see is it somewhere else in the amendment?
It's a nuance of the permit. So that's an existing requirement within the permit. There are two sections that call for a biannual technical committee meeting. One is with respect to transboundary flows and in the Tijuana River and Canyon collectors. The other has to do with source control in Mexico. IBWC can comply with both requirements through one meeting, but there are two separate requirements in the permit.
So the language is not necessary here. A repeat of the source, Mexico source control is not, because it is important for us to know if that's happening.
Yes, so that meeting has not taken place. IBWC has not complied with that requirement, but it's an existing requirement in their permit, and it's not something that the board is considering adding through this amendment.
What I'm interested in is it unnecessary to add to the amendment because it's already stated in the permit?
Yeah, I don't think we need to add that, what you suggested through your revised amendment, because it is already stated in the permit.
All right, I withdraw that comment.
One thing, I like where this is right now, but I would also add, since there's so much concern about this, that Dave, in your monthly update related to this whole issue, excuse me, my voice is going here. Could you include a statement about the status of setting up these public meetings?
Yeah, that would certainly be very easy to do, and also just to share the dates of those.
The dates and how it's going forward, and then all you'd have to do is keep Dave informed of how that negotiations or that process is going forward. Well, thank you. And then that doesn't take away from what Celeste is requesting as far as a formal input back to us, but I'd like to see on a monthly basis, just as part of your report, what the status is of setting up those public meetings and when they're scheduled, and that could be an ongoing thing.
So I'd like to just clarify. I think we were very, we were in sync as far as the amended permit. And I'd like to convey that we are going to hold public meetings again, and we are going to put them on the schedule. We've been working on this to prepare for this 35 MGD. And so I wouldn't like to, I like to not get into that, making changes to the permit, going back and we go back and review the language, and there's legal gets involved. And so there's there's more steps in there. I'm trying to convey to you that we are going to do it. And I hope I have some weight in my statement that it is going to happen this year. And I will get you the tentative date as soon as I talk to our public affairs officer. I will be back in June for sure to do another update on the activities, as Riley mentioned. But in addition to that, we will be gearing up for that citizens forum for an IBWC to be done at a time where everybody can participate. If we have to come here, that's fine. We will make plans to be here, but I think the forum that we've been operating for many years is the right venue.
I agree.
And I agree with you completely. And I want to give you some level of assurance that it's going to happen.
But you're not able to say when or whether or not you would do it on a quarterly basis as you've done in the past?
If you give me a couple of days, I'll come back and I will route it through XO Gibson and say, here it is, or I'll reach out directly to you, Ms. Cantu, and let you know. I understand the importance of it to you and to the communities. We are working on it, and I will get with Mr. Fisher, and I'll tell him, "Hey, this needs to get done, and I need some dates," and I will get that information to you. I'm not saying this just to get past this. This is
I
some,
appreciate that. And you undoubtedly appreciate our position or my position, and that is for like 25 years, we have been looking for solutions. And at some point, the frustration level becomes to such a degree that even people you trust and you respect and you know are doing everything they can to do the right thing is not good enough. That at least we have to make all of this clear to the community who are being really profoundly affected by them. We can't forget them. They've got to be number one. And I think we are kind of forgetting them. And I want to make sure they again are number one. And I don't understand why we cannot put this in our board. We can certainly say, we request that you come before us on a quarterly basis and report to us. We can say that easily enough. So why we can't say that you could do the same with a citizens forum is beyond me. But if we're not able to do that, I would feel comfortable saying, okay, we'll do it right here. We'll have you come, we'll have you hold the citizen forum meeting right here. I'm sorry. I'm really bad with names. So, Doctor, can you tell me how to pronounce your last name?
Anaya?
Anaya. Okay. Dr. Anaya, are you objecting to putting into this the biannual technical committee that discusses flows in the Tijuana River and also the Mexico source controls? Because I wasn't sure if it was just the public or the amendment that was made regarding pointing, since this committee has never been activated, it needs to be activated.
Right, I agree. So
Okay,
I would
so
like
that
to,
language is all right.
I would like to implement what is in the permit to include those, that biennial technical committee. We need a pre-treatment meeting scheduled. We need to also go through the ones I mentioned for minute 320, et cetera. Those will be done this year, but there's no changes required. And the public forum portion.
Well, we have two separate issues.
Okay.
So what I'm trying to do is just get both of us satisfied and move forward. That's all. So if you're okay with this putting in because it's already listed, and then.
It's already listed. We will.
All right.
work on
Okay,
it.
great. Thank you so much, sir.
Yes, sir.
So I would like to amend, I don't even know where we are. I don't even know, thank you. I don't know where we exactly are on this motion, but at the very minimum, and it is beyond me, and someone's going to need to explain to me why we can't make this as a permit requirement. I do not understand it. We make other kinds of meetings as permit requirements. Why we can't have a permit requirement with the citizens who are affected I do not understand that. So I asked for that information. But at the very minimum, we're going to request that Dr. Anaya or whoever is the appropriate person to come before us quarterly, not just at the next meeting, but on an ongoing quarterly basis until we are able to see a pattern of the community citizens forum taking place so that we could at least recreate it here and give people an opportunity. So I know it's very awkward. I know nobody wants to do it. No, they haven't done it before, but I really don't care about any of those things. I think we have an obligation to the people of Imperial Beach. And if we are true to our feelings that we are transparent, and that's the reason we exist, we can at the very minimum be able to do this. So my motion as it stands is to approve the staff recommendation with the amendment that Dr. Anaya or your designee, somebody who's able to come and answer these questions, come to us on an ongoing quarterly basis until we have a pattern of the citizens forums reinvigorated and on an ongoing basis in Imperial Beach.
I will continue with my second.
Thank you.
You had previously suggested that we take a break, but can we go forward with this now?
Maybe just to clarify, if you're proposing that we amend the permit to require quarterly updates from IBWC, I would suggest a recess so that staff can make that change. If that's not what you're requesting, please let me know.
That is what I'm requesting.
Okay, then I would suggest a recess and maybe we can circle back to this item after the next, perhaps the next item, but I'll defer to council.
It looks like we'll take a break and then come back for this
Okay,
item.
Mr. Chairman.
Ready to suggest we take a break.
Mr. Chairman, before we take a break, I have to have a hard stop at 1:30. Does somebody else want to make the second? Then we won't have any problems for after recess.
Sure, I'll make the second.
Thank you, Emily.
5 minutes. I apologize for not making it clear earlier, but we need to take about 30 minutes. So if anybody wants to get lunch, quick like, and I found a nice shady table with some chairs around the front of the building outside there. Okay, so Riley, do you want to let us know where we stand right now and then we'll go forward?
Yes, I believe, has Yantu left? Okay. Can I share my screen from this laptop? Okay.
Riley, I'm just going to interrupt for one sec. As you just noted,
Okay, perfect.
board member 2 has left the meeting. So we have 4 members still constituting a quorum.
All right, yeah, if we're okay to proceed, so what staff is now recommending after deliberating internally and in response to board member Cantu's comments, we are proposing the addition of the red language that you can see on the screen as a special provision of IBWC's NPDES permit. Essentially, that would require, as was discussed, a quarterly presentation at a regularly scheduled meeting of the or just at a meeting of the San Diego Water Board beginning of June of this year, to go over the current status and planned changes for all existing and future US IBWC owned infrastructure in the Tijuana River Valley. The purpose of these meetings would be exactly the same as the purpose that IBWC has for their Citizens Forum meetings, and that is to bring together community members, enabling the early and continued two-way flow of information, concerns, values, and needs between US IBWC and the general public, environmentalists, government agencies, municipalities, and other interested parties. Alternatively, IBWC could satisfy this requirement by holding a San Diego Citizens Forum meeting. So that's the language that we're proposing to add in response to board member Cantu's request. I'll just make very clear the biannual technical committee meeting is a completely different requirement outside of this. And that is not something it's not something we're changing. It's an existing requirement.
It's never been, they've never held it.
That is correct.
So I want to know how you're going to ensure that it's held.
Mhm. We would have the same enforcement mechanisms to require this provision as the other two biannual technical committee meetings. Their lack of compliance, IBWC's lack of compliance with those sections has been reflected in notices of violation in the
All
past.
right, but that, okay, if I give someone 10,000 notices of violation and there's no penalty at the end of it, that's nothing.
Yeah, I think that's an enforcement discussion. I'd encourage our executive officer or legal counsel to weigh in on how that could proceed if the notices of
Well, we
violation
can't
are
talk about
ineffective.
that here.
Yeah, and maybe, well, yeah, okay.
But I would request that or somehow that's addressed.
So are we,
So the motion on the table is to adopt the amended NPDES permit with the changes that were reflected in section 6.3.2.23.
okay,
And I think board member Weir has seconded the motion.
do we want to have any more discussion or can I call for a roll?
I believe that IBWC would like to speak to that issue before the board.
So regarding Dr. Olson's comment on the biannual issue of not having that meeting, that is a topic that I've discussed with Riley. We are going to comply with it this year, so we will be holding that meeting. So get back on track with that. So in terms of enforcement, we're already looking into it so that we do hold that meeting. With respect to the language proposed, we can't move forward with that, and I would request that we move forward with the language in the permit amendment at the time, for the time being. This will go back, we'll have to take this back to headquarters to have our legal and the commissioner look at language in there, but that is our recommendation, that in order to move forward with treating the 35 MGD, moving forward with the activities that we have, that we reconsider this language as part of the process and vote for the permit that we had come in with today.
Is that because of you don't have the authority to do it? You have to check back with, if we understand the process, maybe we understand better.
Yes, no, I don't have the authority, but our legal would look at this and this isn't something that's been in our permit, and looking at it, it's something that we would reconsider that shouldn't be in the permit. That would be our first comment, and we would want to go into discussions on it following the process.
But it has been your practice historically with really good results.
Yes, yes, not needing anything in the permit. That was our practice. And that's what I was trying to convey, that we were trying to reinitiate that process outside of the permit. It's just the commitment. I will be back in June to present, and we will have on a different track through our public affairs the public forum or to be developed. So we will continue to be here. I don't think I've ever told Mr. Gibson no on a request to be here and present. So we will continue to do that, and we will continue to do that. To us, it doesn't need to be in the permit.
All right, I would like to ask if Committee Member Cantu wants to withdraw your motion and approve as amended, and approve as it was originally, or we can vote on the amended version, and I'll call the question on that.
Yeah, I don't wish to withdraw this amendment.
Chair Strachan, I'd recommend that we take action on Board Member Cantu's motion.
Okay, if I can, I'll make one comment. And then we're going to call the roll. I'm going to vote for this with or without an amendment. I think it's too important to move forward. And as far as an amendment goes, I think it's important. I agree with what Member Cantu is saying, but IBWC has ignored the mandates before for whatever reason. They can do it again. I don't see this amendment as necessarily forcing IBWC to do what's right, and that's get the public involved. I think those things are coming down from above, and there's probably a lack of power to actually make some of those things happen. So, but I really want the basic amendment to pass, and I will vote for it with the amendment. But if that doesn't go anywhere, then I'll vote for it without it. Call the roll, please.
Just to be clear, the motion is to adopt the permit with Board Member Cantu's amendment in section 6.3.2.23, seconded by Board Member Weir.
Okay. Ms. Cantu?
Aye.
Dr. Olson?
No.
No.
Okay. Ms. Weir?
Aye.
Chair Strawn?
I'm going to say no, because
Okay, motion fails.
I like the amendment, but I'm afraid it's going to stop the basic bill.
So the motion failed. If another board member wants to make a motion.
Well, I heard the chair recommend to, if this didn't pass, that we do it without the amendment. The other thing we can do is table it. Is it possible to do this via Zoom or Teams? Do we have to do it? It has to be done in person.
We would bring it back in May if you want to table it. We wouldn't do it via Zoom.
So,
We would hold another board meeting and bring it back to you.
okay, so in May, if we pass it in May, we'll still meet the deadline?
Yes, the deadline is
It's June 30th, to my understanding.
The cease and desist order requires compliance with IBWC's permitted effluent limitations by June 30th. And I'll add that beyond June 30th, amending the NPDS permit is no longer possible as
We
that's the
get that.
expiration date. Correct.
So my real question to you then is May a satisfactory date?
Considering an amendment in May is certainly possible. And yeah, that's certainly a
Well,
possible
we'd
timeline.
we'd have to do it, right?
Mhm. May or at very latest, the June board meeting. I think our preference is obviously to take this item to the board sooner rather than later. That's why we're here in April.
All right, well, can we hear from IBWC one more time to hear if they can be prepared to return in May? Say yes.
So we would be willing to return, but we would like to hear the second option of moving forward with the amended
on.
permit.
I'll make, so that motion actually isn't defeated, it's tied.
It failed.
Oh,
So
it
there is no
failed.
motion on the
Okay.
table.
So this one. Do you want to make the motion or do you want me to make the motion?
I'll make the motion that the original, or that the motion, the amendment as originally written is approved.
I'll second that. Okay, just ask her to call the roll.
Call the roll, please.
Ms. Cantu?
No.
Dr. Olson?
Aye.
Ms. Weir?
Aye.
Chair Strawn?
Aye.
May I make one more statement?
Please.
All right, you got what you wanted. I expect in June for this problem to be resolved to board member Kent's satisfaction. Do you think you'll be able to do that for us?
I will do my very best.
All right. If it doesn't work, you better be in touch with all. Oh, I'm not off. I don't know. I didn't. So if you run into problems, being able to present this in June in the satisfactory, please contact the EO.
I will be here in June, for sure.
I realize you'll be here, but we need a solution.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. All right.
Thank you.
All right. We move on to agenda item 8, administrative civil liability hearing. This is expected to take about 30 minutes. And I probably need to address the,
What is like this?
we'll see you again.
Say hi to Sally for me. Okay, so you help us. right?
Yes, that's why I'm here.
Dave, do you want, oops.
If I break the rules, you have to kick me under the table.
I'm a more no rule breaker.
Dave, do you want to introduce our team on this next item or can we? And
Give us a moment while we play musical chairs.
yeah,
And
and
we'll be ready to
Alex, do I need to call for the oath? We have different people here, or I guess I should ask, did everybody
Yeah.
already
Yeah.
agree to the oath?
Chair Strawn, you'll
You
do
would-
the oath. Chair Strawn, you'll do the oath at the end. It's in your script at the end. So after, it's in your script at the end, so you'll redo it.
Okay. The board will now turn to item number 8, which is a reconsideration of Administrative Civil Liability Order R9 2022-0094. It was issued to Baldwin and Sons and others in 2022. I will turn it over to our counsel, Mr. Sauerwein, to provide some background, and then I will administer the oath and reopen the hearing.
Thank you, Chair Strawn. The San Diego Water Board is holding this public hearing to reconsider evidence related to the per gallon penalty portion of violation 1 contained in Administrative Civil Liability Order number R9 2022-0094. In this matter, the board issued an ACL order that assessed liability for multiple violations. Violation 1 included per day and per gallon penalties for 4 days of discharge in violation of the construction stormwater general permit. The dischargers challenged the ACL order in court. The court ultimately ruled that the per gallon penalty was not supported by substantial evidence. The court sent the matter back to the board to issue a new order consistent with the court's ruling. As such, the board today will reconsider the volume calculation for the per gallon penalty. The court also ruled that one of the dischargers, SRC PH Investments LLC, was not liable for violations after November 12, 2015. The scope of today's hearing is limited only to these 2 issues and will be based solely on evidence already in the administrative record for this matter. New evidence, whether it be oral or written, will not be allowed. The parties will focus their oral comments on whether the remaining evidence in the existing administrative record supports a new calculation of the amount of stormwater discharged, and if so, what volume the board should use for a per gallon penalty. The board will also consider any oral comments regarding SRC PH Investments LLC involvement with the site. For this matter, the San Diego Water Board has separated functions between a prosecution team and an advisory team. The advisory team who will advise the board today is made up of myself, David Gibson, Wayne Chu, Lori Oken, Jennifer Fordyce, and Eric Gilman, and Ben Neal. The prosecution team will introduce themselves. Prior to today's hearing, the advisory team transmitted hearing procedures, which included the order of presenters and time limits. No party requested additional time. First, we will hear from the parties, which include the prosecution team and the respondents, Baldwin and Sons, Inc., and other named parties collectively. Then any interested person may comment. The prosecution team and the dischargers will have 10 minutes each to present their oral comments. Each interested person will have 3 minutes to present oral, non-evidentiary comments or policy statements. Interested persons need to submit a virtual speaker card or a physical speaker card in order to be called to speak. Questions from the regional board and the advisory team, responses to such questions, and discussion of procedural issues do not count against these time limits. With that, I will turn it back to Chair Strawn to administer the oath.
Thank you, Mr. Sauerwein. I will administer the oath to all persons intending to testify. If you are here in person or attending virtually via Zoom, please raise your right hand. Do you swear the testimony you are about to give is the truth under penalty of perjury? If so, answer I do.
I do.
And when each of you come to the speaker, please identify yourself and that you have taken the oath. You want to lead?
John, I'm going to jump in and skip a couple of slides because Alex gave a little bit of history. My name is Julie Macedo, and I'm Senior Staff Counsel in the Office of Enforcement. Given the limited amount of time we have to present, I'm going to put a little bit of policy around the reason we're here today, and then turn it over to my colleague Frank Melbourne, and then I will close up and will be available for any questions you may have. This construction stormwater case involved a 95-acre site that was precipitously steep and included hundreds of luxury homes and condominiums. The violations at issue occurred in late 2015 to early 2016. I will refer to the parties collectively as Baldwin or dischargers, even though they include various corporate entities and individuals. Expanding on the background that Alex gave you, the court found two of Baldwin's arguments persuasive, including challenging the prosecution team's expert who calculated volume. In addition, the court found that one entity, SRC PH, responsibilities for violations after November 12, 2015, was not supported by substantial evidence. The prosecution team does not contest this finding and will focus its efforts only on volume. The court, despite rigorous arguments by the dischargers, disavowed all arguments challenging due process, challenging the application of the enforcement policy methodology selections that this team made in 2022, argued against the virtual nature of the hearing during COVID, argued against the time limits, argued also that the board members asking intelligent questions indicated a prejudgment of the matter. And all of those were not upheld or agreed with by the court. So we're here on a very limited basis. The other thing I will say is the court did not undermine completely the ability to assess volume. It did not demand that a certain volume methodology be applied. It simply required the advisory team and board to look to other evidence in the record, of which we feel there is plenty, and we will go over. Frank.
Okay, members of the board, my name is Frank Melbourne. I'm a water resource control engineer in the Compliance Assurance Unit, and I have taken the oath. Today, I will walk you through the key evidence in the record. I'll explain the discharge volume that should be revised, and I'll identify the volume the board should use when determining liability. Given the court ruling, the prosecution team maintains that the best remaining evidence in the record regarding the volume discharged from the site is the discharger's Walker report, as well as some photographs and inspection reports. Given these considerations, the board should rely on Walker's conclusion that 1.9 million gallons of stormwater were discharged, as shown in Table 5, which is called Best Estimate of Discharge by Outfall. However, this figure represents the absolute minimum volume supported by the record. It should serve as the baseline for determining liability because, as I will demonstrate, the record contains evidence showing that Walker's calculations underestimated the amount of stormwater discharged. In several instances, the record documents a discharge from a specific outfall where Walker concluded no discharge occurred. When the evidence demonstrates that such conclusions are inaccurate, additional discharge volume must be added to the 1.9 million gallon minimum to ensure a fair and accurate liability assessment. Walker's Table 5 concludes that there were no discharges from outfalls 1, 2, and 4 on September 15th, and no discharge on December 22nd, 2015 from outfall 3. I will walk through outfalls 2, 3, and 4 and compare Walker's conclusion that there were no discharges to what the record shows. According to Walker's Table 1, outfall 2 discharges to drainage E, outfall 3 to discharges to drainage D, and outfall 4 to drainage B. These identifications are the same as those shown in Dischargers Exhibit 1, Figure 6, which is Administrative Record 2956 or 587. Okay, first let's focus on September 15th, 2015. Again, Table 5 concludes there were no discharges from outfalls 2 and 4 on that day. However, the photographic evidence tells a very different story. This photograph shows the site's mitigation area located immediately below outfall 2. You can clearly see outfall 2 near the orange silt fence in the upper center of the photograph, and you can also see where debris and turbid stormwater entered the mitigation area.
Could I ask you to use a pointer?
Sure. So there's the outfall up there. Additionally, the metadata for these photographs includes GPS data to confirm the location below outfall 2. Additional photographs on September 15, 2015 show that the mitigation area overflowed across the paved bike path and discharged directly into Aliso Creek through that culvert there. This is irrefutable evidence that outfall 2 was discharging on September 15, 2015. For outfall 4, 4 photographs taken on September 15, 2015 by the discharger's BMP contractor Bistline show sediment-laden stormwater overwhelming the perimeter BMPs and flowing into the tributary of drainage B. Again, this clearly contradicts the discharger's claim of no discharge. The September 15 photographs confirm that the site had no functioning sediment basins at the time, so stormwater runoff could not have been contained or treated. Therefore, Walker's zero discharge findings in Table 5 are simply incorrect. Now let's turn to outfall 3, Area D on December 22nd, 2015. Again, Table 5 shows zero discharge, but once we look at the record, we see that this is not accurate. The discharger's inspection report for December 22nd, 2015, under the section titled Outfalls or BMPs Evaluated, lists Canyon D, which is Walker's outfall 3. The report includes turbidity and pH readings for stormwater discharge from outfall 3. This is direct evidence that the stormwater was discharging from outfall 3 on December 22nd, 2015. The very next day, December 23rd, 2015, the discharger's inspection report again documents conditions at Canyon D that received discharges from outfall 3. It states, upper slope has major erosion causing sediment discharge into offsite canyon area. This confirms that there was a discharge from outfall 3 on December 22nd, 2015, contradicting Walker's claim of zero discharge in Table 5. So the next question we ask is, how do these confirmed discharges influence the total volume used to calculate liability? Walker's calculation of 1.9 million gallons provides a reasonable baseline for determination. However, the record supports adding discharge volume for the 3 instances where the records show that discharges occurred despite Walker reporting 0 discharge. So September 15th, 2015 at outfall 2 and 4, on December 22nd, 2015 at outfall 3. Because the record confirms discharges at these outfalls, the next step is to review the volumes documented in Walker's tables. For September 15, 2015, the board can rely on Walker's volumes from Table 2. So outfall 2 has 5,683 cubic feet, outfall 4, 20,189 cubic feet. Because Table 2 and Table 5 both indicate no discharge at outfall 3 on December 22nd, 2015, the prosecution team uses Walker's value from Table 3, which is for outfall 3 is 50,417 cubic feet. I will also note that there are typographic errors in Walker's report. Tables 2 and 3 include an asterisk noting that the models assume that 76.4 acres are disturbed. This should read undisturbed, as correctly shown in Table 4. In fact, Tables 3 and 4 report the same result for outfall 1 on September 15, 2015, confirming that the same undisturbed area was used in both calculations. Therefore, Tables 2 and 3 should read undisturbed. I'll conclude that because the record clearly documents discharges on those dates, fairness requires adding these volumes, each taken from Walker's tables, to the baseline figure of 1.9 million gallons. With these corrections, the total discharge for the 4-day period is 2,507,828 gallons. This is the total volume that the prosecution team recommends that the board use to assess liability. I will now turn it over to Julie.
Thank you, Frank. Wrapping up, we just want to note that construction stormwater enforcement is very reactive. Staff tend to do notice of violations and inspection reports and give feedback on an iterative nature to permittees under the CGP. It's usually designed to achieve compliance. And in this case, the city of Lake Forest took several actions. They issued fines of $1,000. They did a stop work order. They did a cease and desist order, and they could not achieve compliance. In terms of our action, the discharges you notice were in 2015 and 2016. We're here in 2026. The ACLC was issued in 2020. This was a significant enforcement effort, and it withstood 98% of the challenges. Expert credibility usually goes to the trier of fact, and instead of pitting the experts against each other, counsel for dischargers successfully challenged our expert, but the court did not say that we could not come up with a new volume estimate. And there's actually plenty of information in the record, including previous estimates by Baldwin and its on-site personnel. And so we would recommend that at the baseline, as an absolute floor, we use Walker's report, which the order found internally inconsistent in that it overestimated the storage capacity of on-site basins that may have prevented materials from going off-site. It also applied incorrectly the legal argument related to waters of the United States. And so this, while it significantly underestimates what we think left the site, is fair and supported and would probably resolve this matter. We note for advisory tech staff, if they want to get down into the weeds, there are other discharger representations in addition to Walker's report, including that of Hunsucker and Associates, who estimated that millions of gallons left the site prior to council ever challenging the imposition of administrative liability or any of the information that it had previously submitted to an agency that relies clearly on the self-reporting of regulated entities. That's all we have. Thanks.
Thank you. Oh. Please introduce yourself and go ahead.
Good afternoon, Chair Strawn and fellow board members. My name is Stephen T., and I am a partner with the law firm of Gasky, Dillon, and Balance, and I have taken the oath this afternoon. I'm counsel for the dischargers, who are also the petitioners in the Orange County Superior Court action in which they challenged the administrative liability order number R9-2022-0094, resulting in the judgment and writ that are cited in the agenda materials. I've reviewed the agenda materials, and I understand the advisory team issued its report that requested that we inform the board of what we believe the board should do in light of the court's ruling. And more specifically, the report requested that we focus our comments on whether the evidence in the existing administrative record supports a new calculation of the amount of stormwater discharged, and if so, what volume the board should use for a per gallon penalty. The short answer to that question is no. No, the evidence in the administrative record does not support a new calculation of any sort regarding the amount of stormwater discharged. In our view, the board has one available course of action here based upon the Superior Court's September 4, 2025 ruling. And that course of action is that the board should issue a new amended ACLO that eliminates entirely the per gallon penalties associated with violation number 1. And instead, the ruling or the ACLO as amended should maintain per day penalties as they were already included in the original ACLO. That would be consistent with every other prior administrative civil liability order issued by Region 9 in regards to prior discharge violations, and it would be the only approach in this case that will not result in violating the Superior Court ruling, and that would not be contrary to applicable legal authorities. So I'll briefly outline the basis for that position. I think most importantly, it's critical to note that there are only 2 stormwater discharge estimates identified in the administrative record, just 2. First, the Elder calculation based upon the NRCS method, and secondly, the Tory Walker calculation based upon the EPA's stormwater management model, and that's the estimate we just heard about from Mr. Melbourne and Ms. Macedo. To the extent that the advisory team report or inquiry in their report was asking whether the board can adopt some other new estimate of stormwater discharge other than the 2 estimates that exist in the administrative record, the answer is a definite no. Any effort to generate and or develop a third new estimate of stormwater discharge volume would necessarily involve expert evaluation and analysis, and that would constitute new evidence. That new evidence would be beyond the administrative record, and it would correctly be rejected by the Superior Court based upon the writ and applicable legal authorities. Mr. Melbourne's effort to shorthand construct a new calculation, it constitutes just that type of new evidence and would circumvent the court's ruling and will be disallowed by the court if that's what's approved by this board. And presumably the board understands, and counsel and Mr. Melbourne do not argue, that continuing to impose per gallon penalties based upon Mr. Elder's original calculations that are included in the administrative record would be appropriate. And that's because, as the board knows, the Superior Court ruling concluded that Mr. Elder's testimony and calculations simply did not rise to the level of substantial evidence. And I'm citing to the court ruling at page 16. The court specifically stated, and I'll quote, "Because there is no proper evidentiary basis for the board's conclusions as to the amount of stormwater discharged, there is no basis for the conclusion that the board's findings were supported by substantial evidence." And that's citing the court's ruling at page 17. These conclusions form the basis of the court's issuance of the writ of mandate, setting aside and vacating the administrative civil liability order. So that leaves us with the only other discharge volume estimate in the administrative record, and that's Mr. Walker's swim calculations. As noted already, Mr. Walker estimated that the volume of stormwater discharge during the storm events at issue was approximately 1.9 million gallons. And the prosecution team wrongly argues today that the board can impose per gallon penalties based upon that Walker estimate, plus some other figures that it has constructed based upon other documents in the record. In fact, the board cannot rely upon Mr. Walker's stormwater discharge estimate as the basis for a per gallon penalty assessment, because the board has already concluded definitively, conclusively in its ACLO that was previously adopted, and informed the court in its briefing, and I mean informed the Superior Court in its briefing, that there is a lack of substantial evidence in the administrative record to support reliance on the Walker estimate. Critically, the administrative civil liability order previously adopted by this board made the point abundantly clear when it stated that Mr. Walker's calculation using the SWIM model was, and I'll quote the ACLO, based on numerous faulty, unsupported, or unstated assumptions, as stated in the 2021 Elder Report at pages 3 through 13, and based on the San Diego Water Board's independent review of site photographs between September 2015 and January 6, 2016. And I'm citing the administrative record at 85754. More specifically, the ACLO stated that the board, and I'm quoting, the board cannot verify the assumptions used for SWIM model inputs or evaluate the accuracy of the discharger's volumetric discharge model without more site and time-specific information about the following. And the ACLO identified the following missing evidence: spatial delineation of disturbed areas during each storm event, and I'm quoting from AR 85754. Spatial segregation based on topography and drainage for each storm event, citing the same administrative record page. Soil characteristics related to surface roughness, depression storage, or infiltration storage, citing the same page. Infiltration parameters, citing the same page. And routing from and to subcatchments, basins, and discharge points, citing the same page. All of these evidentiary shortcomings that were noted in the administrative civil liability order still exist. In other words, there's no evidence that answers any of these questions. Questions that were raised in the ACLO and provided the basis for the board's conclusion that it could not verify the assumptions used by Mr. Walker, and it could not evaluate the accuracy of his discharge volume estimate. Further, the administrative civil liability order identified a lack of evidence supporting the short duration rainfall calculations relied upon by Walker, the estimates of on-site storage capacity relied upon by Walker, and the characterization of the percentage of the site disturbed by grading as of September 15th, 2015, relied upon in the Walker calculations. In all, as this board knows, the ACLO devoted 5 single-spaced pages to explaining the evidentiary shortcomings associated with the Walker volume discharge estimate. Critically, the status of those evidentiary shortcomings has not changed since the issuance of the ACLO. There is no new evidence. The administrative record still lacks evidence on these critical topics, and the Walker estimate remains unsupported by substantial evidence, as explained in great detail by this board's previously adopted ACLO. It is for this reason that in our briefing to the Superior Court, we informed the court of the following, and I'm citing from the petitioner's reply brief at page 19, filed with the Superior Court. We stated, quote, given the board's view that Walker's calculations were, quote, unreliable, close quote, the board has only one credible course of action. The board should have done exactly what it has done in every single prior enforcement action involving alleged stormwater discharges from construction sites and declined to impose volume-based penalties, quote, due to the difficulty in accurately determining the volume of unauthorized discharges, close quote. And instead, it should have imposed substantially lower per-day penalties consistent with the 2010 enforcement policy. And I'm citing to Administrative Record 29455 through 56, 58894, 57707, 57036 through 37, and 56924. So the administrative record includes evidence of 2 stormwater discharge calculations, neither of which can properly be relied upon by this board as a basis for per gallon penalties associated with violation number 1. There is a lack of substantial evidence to support reliance on either calculation, and we would fully anticipate that the Superior Court would rightly reject a new ACLO with a per gallon penalty based upon either one of these calculations. This board has one option given the Superior Court's judgment, writ, and the administrative record. It must prepare a new ACLO that eliminates the per gallon penalty assessment for violation number 1. Any other outcome would be unsupported by substantial evidence in the administrative record. And that's all I have today. Thank you for your time and attention.
Thank you, sir.
I just want to note that Mr. T cited from the reply brief because his position was not ultimately adopted by the court in its order. So to the extent that he says that no regional board has included volumetric penalties with either construction, stormwater, or other type of volumetric discharges, that's false. And it doesn't come as a surprise to us that he now challenges the Walker report, although we would note that the reports in record are not the total evidence of discharge leaving the site, and that they constitute party admissions. So while he is describing the Walker report as inconsistent and not substantial now that the advisory team found that it was too low and self-serving and relied on arguments that were incorrect, now it has no value. And so to the extent that the reduction in penalty is inappropriately low based on Mr. T's arguments, I'd actually turn it over to both the board and the advisory team, because the court order did not do what Mr. T said in terms of direct a specific outcome. It actually remanded the matter to you. And so the hearing procedures normally, as I have argued in front of this very board before last month, allows the consideration of new evidence. The hearing procedures do not. We did not introduce new evidence. We don't plan to. But if the board is likely to take Mr. T's direction and reduce this penalty substantially further, it would be inconsistent with policies we have on enforcement, recalcitrance, and self-reporting nature of the regulated community, and harm, frankly, our entire system. So to the extent that if he says that there is no substantial evidence, we are happy to develop it. I don't think his clients would want him to start over, but considering it's been 10 years and I have quite a few years left in my career, I'm fine with that option. So I would leave it to the board. Thank you.
Mr. T, do you want to respond?
Well, yes, sure. Thank you very much, Chair Strawn. I have not mischaracterized the Superior Court's ruling. I invite the entire board to read the entirety of the ruling if you'd like. I certainly have not mischaracterized it. As far as Ms. Maceto's invitation for the board to advance in developing new and different evidence relating to estimating the volume discharge during the forest storm events at issue, I think that's going to be contrary to California law, and the court will reject any effort to do that. So the court, obviously the board can choose whatever direction it chooses. However, as I've stated, I think the administrative record is clear. There are two estimates, and they are estimates of the volume of stormwater discharge that are available to consider. And Ms. Macedo suggested that I have criticized the Walker report and the Walker estimate. In fact, what I noted is that the administrative civil liability order adopted by this board made abundantly clear over the course of 5 pages that it could not assess the accuracy of that estimate, that there was a lack of evidence on various technical issues to assess the accuracy of that estimate. And if we end up having to return to the Superior Court on that issue, I would expect that the Superior Court will reject any effort by this board to adopt a per gallon penalty based upon an estimate that this board has already determined conclusively, explicitly, and with support of 5 pages of text to be unreliable and lacking support of evidence, that effort will be rejected, and it will be rightly rejected by the court. So again, in every prior action in Region 9, and we cited every prior ACLO available where there was a stormwater discharge enforcement action, and there were penalties associated with discharge. In every case, those penalties were assessed on a per day basis, not a per gallon basis. There was one exception. In that case, it's in the record. It was a case where there was a pump that resulted in a discharge, and the volume of stormwater discharge could be easily calculated by determining the pump rate and time. That's entirely different than a discharge from a 95-acre construction site, as we have here. So all we're really asking this board to do is act in a manner that is consistent with its custom and practice in all prior cases prior to this one, and maintain the per-day penalties and reject the invitation to impose per-gallon penalties based upon the lack of substantial evidence in the record. And thank you again for your time today.
Thank you, Mr. T. We go to the advisory board now, or?
Yeah, any interested persons have comments that would call for that next? I don't think there, doesn't look like there is any, so we could go to board member questions and advisory team
Board
questions.
member, any questions? Go ahead.
Okay, my question is to our our prosecution team. Could you please re-show the slides related to September 15th, outfall 2 and 4? And also, secondly, explain the error undisturbed that should have read disturbed in tables 2 and 3. I don't think I understood the points being made about outfall 2 and 4 on September 15th. And I didn't get the undisturbed and disturbed straight in my mind.
Okay. So Betty, what I would say is that in the presentation slides, I did not have those other tables from there. We did cite the Walker document in the administrative record, so we could have that pulled up by the advisory team so that I could point out that. But what it was is there was a typo. There were three tables in a row, and the first two said disturbed, that there was 76.4 acres disturbed of the 95-acre site for the first day, September 15th, 2015. And then on the table, I believe it was 4, it shows that it is undisturbed. And if you look at the calculations that they did, the calculations for the table 3 where it said disturbed and for table 4 where it said undisturbed were the same value. So obviously there was a mistake in their report. And I just wanted to clarify that because there was a statement in the administrative civil liability final order that talked about that Walker was calculating that based upon there being 76.4 acres disturbed, and that's not the case. He clearly stated that was not the case because as the site went, September 15th was the first one that was being talked about of the 4 days of discharge. As the site went through the calendar, more and more areas were being graded. So more that acreage that was being disturbed was growing. So it wouldn't make sense that it was 76 on the first day of September 15th, because that was almost the entire site because it was 95 acres.
So, okay, so on, maybe I'm confused. Okay, let me rephrase it. So what you're saying is it was 77.4 acres were actually undisturbed.
Correct.
Okay,
Correct.
I get that.
The typo was that in 2 of the tables, they said that it was disturbed when it should be undisturbed.
And so your argument then is that the part that was disturbed from the overflow was, what do they have, 95 acres total, so roughly 20 acres or something?
Correct. That was what Walker was using for his assumption in the calculations.
We elicited testimony at hearing that Walker's report was based on after the fact photos. And so he hadn't been to the site.
when he looked at the photos, there was a lot disturbed. And so the ACLO that Mr. T referenced and council is very familiar with sort of commented on Walker's report being self-serving. And so now Mr. T is going a step further and saying it doesn't constitute any evidence. It's not substantial. You can't use it. And we say it underestimates the volume, but it's not worthless evidence. It's an admission of something that left the site. We think it is underestimating in various respects, which we've pointed out, both WOTUS and overstating on-site storage. But to the extent that if facts were as great as he can assume for his client, 1.9 is the minimum, and we think the board could use that.
Okay, well, what I'm trying to ask is for the site, December 22nd, I could understand the photos. I could see what the prosecution team was trying to point out. For the photos going back to September 15th, outfall 2 and 4, you didn't point to anything. I couldn't see it. That's why I asked to go back and have that clarified.
Sure, I'd be
I
happy to
haven't
do
gotten
that.
as far as what you're talking about. Sorry.
Okay, so in this photo, this is a mitigation area that's below the outfall. So I was pointing in the upper center part, there's a little bit of orange in there. That's where the outfall was. The flow then flowed down the hill into this
Can you use
mitigation
the
area.
pointer to just show where you think the path? I can see it from the lower one, but
So
from the
there's,
upper one, I can't.
here's the
really-
outfall up here.
Yeah.
And it,
The point, Dr. Olson, is that this photo. Dr. Olson, this photo shows that sediment-laden stormwater left the site. And Dr. Walker's report that this was drainage E, a no discharge day. And we say that is false by photographic evidence of people on site at the time. So we're not saying that you have to calculate this, but that clearly Dr. Walker did not. We're not, we think he looked at it in other tables and you can add a number to it, but we're looking at this photo and saying clearly he overestimated the on-site storage because construction stormwater was leaving the site.
Well, looking back,
He's going to go
sort
to
of in the
it.
middle of the hill, it looks like I can see new erosion.
and so below this.
That's what I'm trying to understand.
All right, so below this mitigation area is the next slide. And that is that the mitigation area that I was showing in the previous photo is here. And then it further came across this path here and then into Aliso Creek, which is here.
So it's a sediment, so it's the sediment that we see in the upper section. Go back to the slide you just showed. All right. So the left-hand side, is that, you're saying sediment that was moved from the overflow? And then the pavement there looks like it's had flow over and sediment, but maybe I'm not very good at pictures, but I don't understand.
Sure. So this photo here,
I get that. That's the
that
upper
one there
portion.
is right here.
Yeah, it's before
That's here.
that.
And
I
so
get-
the
I get
flow
that.
then continued from up here, down off the site, from this mitigation area, across this bike path, and then into the outfall.
So was that road paved or unpaved?
It's a paved bike path.
With that big gate? It's a bike path?
Correct. Beyond that gate, it's a dirt road.
Okay. All right. All right. I understand it now. Thank you very much.
And then if for the December or for September 15th on this other drainage B, the orange silt fence that you see here, and there's a chain link fence also, this is the site perimeter here. And flow is coming off the site, from the site, and then going off site into the drainage.
And just to be clear, this evidence, these photographs were part of the original body. So this is not new. This is all.
Correct. So there's our exhibit number, which is 347, that's prosecutions. And then in the lower right, you can see the administrative record, the Bates number there, and we also cite it here. And there were actually 4 photos. This is from their contractor, their BMP contractor that put in these perimeter control BMPs. And these are 4 photos that were supplied by this line, which is their BMP contractor.
Can you go back one slide? Okay, so if I'm understanding correctly, these 2 pictures are basically taken from the same spot. One's pointing upstream and one's pointing downstream?
Correct.
Okay.
We're allowed to ask more questions. Does anybody else have questions? I have some more questions. What does it mean that when it was said new evidence question, court ruling 16? Because you have revised your volume estimate, is that new evidence if it's based on the existing record?
No, it's not new evidence. It's simply math. We're taking all of the documents in the administrative record and the court order, which did 2 things, removed an entity after November 2015, and it said, look to other evidence in the record for volume.
Okay, so the other record, the other evidence that you're looking at relates to the photos you showed us.
We're looking at the photos. We're looking at everything. There's actually representations from the dischargers on-site QSP, qualified
The
storm protectors.
statement you showed us.
Yes.
All right, yeah, that's where what they said. I remember that, yes.
Mr. T, and he can speak for himself, would object that that's improper and those people weren't cross-examined or didn't use an appropriate method, or that was preliminary data. But it also went into the ACLO where your advisory council and then you ultimately approving the order found that the discharger suggestions where volume was too low. So this project lasted multiple years. We had multiple inspections. We had on-site information from both Bissline and the city of Lake Forest. The evidence is replete with recalcitrance and sort of disregard for regulatory authority. And even after challenging successfully, the ACLC, which asked for $9 million, it was substantially reduced by the advisory team, fairly looking at due process and evidentiary information related to photographs and metadata. And absolutely every party has the ability to challenge due process and sort of the evidence brought against us. But for Mr. T to show up today and say that despite 10 years of fighting any penalty whatsoever, that the report requested for and paid for by his client is now unable to be used, I think is insulting to all regulatory authorities.
So I just want to, so this is not based on new evidence.
We did not introduce a single document. We put
All the
Bates.
photographs, the
Yeah.
tables you show, everything that you referred to.
Yes. And the evidence that I referred to maybe obliquely is described in our technical analysis that was submitted January 2020. And on page 29 and 30, it talks about previous estimates of discharge from the site from Baldwin's own contractors.
So then I hope this is my last question. So, the defense, is that what you call it? He had a per day, he said all of our other things were based on a per day basis, not per gallon. And there was only one that was based in a sense, on pump data.
Mhm.
I just want to know, were all of our other cases involving construction just, why would they, or were they actually based on a per day basis? And then how does this case with the evidence that you showed us differ from those?
Sure. We always assess per day. If it gets to waters of the U.S., which the court found in our favor in terms of Aliso Creek being a water of the U.S. and penalties associated with that were instituted properly, we get to consider both daily and volume. 13,350 discharges, which get to a water of the state, but not a US, get to do daily or volume. And so 13,385 getting to a water of the United States is inherently more serious. It has more harms, it impacts beneficial uses, it is penalized much more greatly. This region has, especially since this project 10 years ago, instituted volumetric penalties, as have most of the other regions. Based on the ACLO in 2022, the final page is sort of an Excel spreadsheet, and it basically says the amount for a daily penalty and then an amount for a volume penalty. That's after application of the enforcement policy methodology factors. It's relatively simple to do that math. That's not new evidence. But to the extent that the daily penalty using the 4 days at issue and Mr. T's argument, it comes up with an appropriate, I think, $15,000 for the daily discharges. That to us is insultingly low based on the size of the site, the steepness of the site, the number of times it was told to improve, and the disregard for explicit direction. We have to consider the volume in order to get to an appropriate penalty. I'm not actually tied to a particular number in terms of we went out at 9, the board came out at 6. Mr. T is obviously much less, but the court did not take away your ability to impose a volumetric penalty, and Water Code 13,385 certainly has that authority.
Okay, great. Thank you so much.
Can I ask a couple of clarifying questions? And sorry if I missed this earlier. So on the Walker report, there are like 3 or 4 zeros. Can you go over again why there are zeros? And no, nothing was calculated for that.
So Walker, so this is his best estimate. And so he said that there were no discharges, for instance, on September 15th at Alpha 1, 2, and 4. He said it was based on photographic evidence that he reviewed that was supplied to him by defense counsel. So that was their experts' examination of the evidence, and that was his conclusion, the basis for his conclusions. And for us, we disagree with that, and that's why I wanted to show photos that clearly contradict that there was a discharge.
Mm-hmm.
So that was our main point, was just saying their expert, he did the calculations, he used some of these different things, whether it was his model, photographs, aerial imagery. So that was his conclusions.
Got it. And do we know what photos were looked at? Were those same photos that you demonstrated? Were those the same photos that were the basis of these 0 gallons?
Yes, from Walker's report. So from Walker's report, on page 6 of his report, which is Defense Exhibit 5 at page 6, it states underneath the table 4, it says model 4, which is this is his model 4, because he did 4 different models. So his model 4 says that he conservatively estimated discharge from the site, that 21 acres was graded on September 15, 2015, and assumed to be at outfall 3 only based on photos. See, for example, 11 of 32 on the prosecution team's Exhibit 22.
Okay, thank you.
It may be hard to crosswalk that, but basically the report cites to a photo in the administrative record and you can track down the Bates number.
Yeah, great, thanks. And then my other question, just can you walk me through again the calculations that you get to get to about 2.5 million gallons? Is that, yeah,
So if you were on this,
Would you want to go back?
yeah, if you're going back to that one, we're taking the 1.9 in the bottom right corner and we're looking at those 3 zeros. And when he goes to the next, the final slide, we are filling in those zeros with formulas of those dates that Walker suggested.
okay,
So the final thing is 1.9, which Walker concluded, even assuming that there was 0 discharge. And then those 3 individual numbers are listed above.
got it. Okay, so that's like looking at the photographs, making assumptions about gallons per,
So-
hour, that sort of thing.
So what we did is we said, okay, from his table 5, which is his best estimate, which was the 1.9 million gallons, we said, okay, for the spots where he said 0, and we have evidence in the administrative record that that was not correct, whether it's a photograph or an inspection report that they did, we're going to then plug in the numbers from Walker's other table, because he had 4 different tables. And so we went to Walker Table 2 and we pulled up, because those were very conservative numbers in favor of the discharger. And so we went with those in a conservative manner. And we said, if you look at Walker Table 2, he came up with a discharge volume of 5,683 cubic feet. For Alfalfa 4, it was 20,189 cubic feet. Now, because on that Table 2, he didn't have a volume for the December 22nd Alfalfa 3 discharge, we then went to his next table, which was Table 3, and we pulled the number from there. And so those are the numbers that you see then plugged in down below.
Okay, thank you, thank you.
Walker is the expert that was hired, sorry. Walker is the expert that was hired by the developer.
Correct. And I was going to say too, is that, so what you see there is that it went from cubic feet, because then those were converted to gallons, and then you see the gallons plugged in down below.
So do we hear from the advisory team now, or do we go to closed session?
The advisory team does not have any questions. So if the board would like to adjourn to closed session, we
We
can
will
make the
adjourn and go to
announcement.
closed session. Thank you.
And just, sorry, the board's going to be adjourning to closed session to deliberate what?
The board will meet in closed session to discuss item number 8 for the deliberation on decision to be reached based on evidence introduced in the hearing. We'll be back. We'll be back today.
We're just waiting on our recorder and you guys are up. I don't think so. Should they? So we had our closed session and we've directed the legal staff to draw up a, what did we call it?
The advisory team will make amendments to the ACLO
Okay,
following your direction.
all right. And with that,
And then we will bring the amended ACLO to the next board
we'll be
meeting.
considering that at our May meeting.
Yep.
So with that, I will reopen this meeting and then close it. We are now adjourned. Thank you.